spousal abuse and sometimes abuse of children. The cases are becoming one too many, and it's troubling, and we need to address it and address it now. From the case of that irresponsible individual who, in his own wisdom, decided to, if you like, beat the wife, drag her out naked. That guy is still there. I don't know if he's been granted bail or what the case has become, but we'll follow up and bring you updates on that. Then, of course, we heard of one somewhere in the central region where a person with a history of abuse, when he was arrested, this same wife went to beg. Eventually, this guy locked up his family in the room, the wife and children, and burnt them to death. Following that, he went to hang himself on some tree and committed suicide. It's crazy. It beats my imagination. It is mind-boggling. It is troubling, and we need to address it as a matter of urgency. Just about the weekend, we heard of a sister or whatever caretaker who has also gone to abuse a child. I mean, what is this world coming to? That you lock up a child in the room and you leave for work, and you come back, the child not having any other place of convenience, passes the stool in the room, and you are angry to the extent that you pour hot water on this child. It is troubling, and we need to deal with it as a matter of urgency. But you see, these are only the reported cases. These are only the cases that have come out for us to hear about. How about the several many that are still happening in people's homes that don't get talked about? And so, just by way of information, Ghana passed the Domestic Violence Act in 2007. This same act, Act 732, established a Domestic Violence Secretariat at the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection. Did you know that we have a Domestic Violence Secretariat at the ministry? Did you have any information about this? This secretariat is actually supposed to, or is mandated to, eliminate domestic abuse from Ghana's, if you like, history. But how many people know about it? How vibrant is this secretariat? Okay, the secretariat needs to put itself out there so that people are aware of this particular secretariat, because the Act 732 mandates this secretariat with the overall goal of facilitating the elimination of domestic violence from the Ghanaian society, to create family cohesion and provide a peaceful environment for national development. But like I'm saying, until this secretariat is communicated properly, embarks on some public awareness, some community engagement, people will not know about this secretariat, what its vision is, what its mission is, what its objectives are, what its core function is. I mean, a secretariat such as this has been established by law, Act 732, Domestic Violence Act of 2007, Act 732, establishes this Domestic Violence Secretariat at the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection. And so, if people are not aware of this, how do people come to you? And will the Secretariat always sit to receive complaints, or will it be proactive and go out there and educate the masses, educate people? Does it even have a way of, if you like, forming some community watchdogs where people who are known to have a history of abuse are reported, surveillance is mounted on them so that some of these acts are prevented even before they occur? I mean, this is just food for thought. So I think whoever mans or runs the Domestic Violence Secretariat at the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection should put in some more work, should engage the public. All right, let's have some increased public awareness, public engagement, community education, awareness creation about the secretariat, so that people know about it, because it's becoming too many. We'll continue like this, and you see, the abuse, you might limit it to physical abuse only, but think about the mental, the psychological, the sexual, the financial, because there are people who think that they draw this irresponsible behavior out of culture, out of lineage, the patronage that we have. And so some are using their finances as a means to gag their partners that they abuse. So we beg you, the Secretariat needs to really put itself out there and help forestall or prevent some of these things. It's about time that we put an end to this because it's becoming too many. It's an embarrassment globally for us that when people go on the internet and they want to look up news in Ghana, it's domestic violence, spousal abuse, children abuse. Shalom. Anyway, let's tell you about the Agri Fair. We are in the final week. We are counting down to the Agri Fair starting this Friday, the 28th of November 2025, all the way through to the 30th. So it's 28th, 29th, and 30th November 2025. It's happening at the Efua Sutherland Children's Park here in Accra. And we're inviting all farmers with fresh farm produce, all fish farmers, all poultry farmers, all livestock farmers to bring their fresh produce to the Efua Sutherland Children's Park for the Agri Fair from 28th to the 30th of November. 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. It's a 3-day fair. And what we are doing is to provide an opportunity for farmers to be able to sell their fresh farm produce, and for you and I, the consumers, to have access to quality fresh farm produce at affordable prices. Okay? We say affordable prices because we know and believe that it's straight from the farm to the fair, and then of course it gets to your table at home. So no middleman business, no inflation on the way, no commission, no percentages in there. And so you are guaranteed affordable prices. So come to the Agri Fair and let's grow what we eat, and let's eat what we grow. It's important that you load up your wallets, your purses, and your bags, and then you join us at the Agri Fair for your Christmas shopping. Okay, we want to see you do your Christmas shopping with us, so come join us. Now, the catch here is that whether you're exhibiting or exploring, the Agri Fair is the place to be. You experience the best in fresh fruits and vegetables, poultry and livestock, fish and aquaculture, agro inputs and machinery, and innovative agri-tech solutions. Plus, you can join our special agri clinics, register to learn about snail farming, poultry, fish farming, and piggery. And guess what? For exhibitors, this is your time to shine, but you need to hurry. All right, you need to hurry. If you have called, you have registered, you need to follow up and make payments. It's quite important so that you can secure your slot or your stand. All right, it's the final call, and you need to do that now. Call 0558 973 973. 0558 973 973. Register, make your payment, and be part of the Agri Fair. All right. The agri clinics are also quite important, so call and register for the agri clinics as well. Snail farming, poultry, fish farming, as well as piggery. All right, so call us now, 0558 973 973. 0558 973 973. Now, the Agri Fair is powered by Channel One TV and 97.3 City FM, and it's proudly sponsored by the Horticulture Business Platform HBP, Development Bank Ghana DBG, Legacy Crop Improvement Center LCIC, Gersal, and Ghana Exim Bank, and of course Agri Impact. We also want to say thank you to IDH for being sponsors for the Agri Fair 2025. We want to see you there, all right? So your fresh farm produce, your best experience with fresh fruits, fresh vegetables, your poultry, your livestock, your eggs. Just come to the Agri Fair and you have access to all of that in one place, all right? So we'll see you there from Friday the 28th to Sunday the 30th of November 2025. Thank you to the IDH Group. Thank you to Horticulture Business Platform. Thank you to Development Bank Ghana DBG. Thank you Legacy Crop Improvement Center. Thank you Gersal. Thank you Exim Bank. And big thank you to Agri Impact Limited. All right, people. So we'll see you there at the Efua Sutherland Children's Park from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. All right? So join us and let's celebrate Ghana. Okay. Now, have you heard of the Situation All White Party? The Situation All White Party. My people, you've been working the whole year. It's time to take a break, chill, relax, and have some fun. It's good vibes and good vibes only. Imagine corporate Ghana dressed in white, assembled at one place, and of course, Charlie, just chilling. You understand? You got to be there to celebrate with us because, Charlie, it's been a difficult year. We are tired. We need to have some fun. So join us there as we present Kofi Kinata, we present Akwaboah, we present Perez Music, and of course, your number one, not your regular DJ, DJ Mingle. Plus, the Inchinchim Band will be performing live as well. So come to the Good Park near the Accra Mall. Gates open at 8 p.m. And you know, from 8 p.m. there is still till because the next day is Christmas Day. We'll go to church in the morning. After we'll come and sleep. You understand? So let's party on Christmas Eve. Let's party the night away. Situation All White Party promises to be fun, promises to be exciting, and we don't want to be selfish. We don't want to enjoy and leave you. So we're inviting you to join us, even as we bring corporate Ghana together, and of course, anyone else who's looking to party with us at the Good Park on the 24th of December 2025. The Good Park is near the Accra Mall. Gates will open at 8 p.m. And guess what? Kofi Kinata will be there. Akwaboah will be there. Inchinchim Band will be there. Perez Music will be there. And of course, DJ Mingle, not your regular DJ, will also be there. So tell me why you want to miss it. Give me one reason why you want to miss the Situation All White Party. You have none. No excuse at all to miss the Situation All White Party. So as the days unfold, we'll be bringing you more information on how you can make your bookings and reservations for the Situation All White Party 2025. Now, if you know the history of the Situation All White Party, you don't need to be told. You got to be experiencing it on the 24th night. So call 0205-973-973. 0205-973-973 for more information on the Situation All White Party. All right, so we'll see you there. Now, jump on the Google Play Store, download the Channel One News app, and have access to the news. It is relevant, it is accurate, it is factual, it is timely. All right, so Channel One News app on the Google Play Store, download and install, and have access to all the news, relevant updates, current updates, as and when. Right, let's quickly jump into the newspapers this morning. Daily Graphic is here. Daily Graphic says, reduce spare parts prices. Minister tells dealers. Reduce spare parts prices. Minister tells dealers. And I have construction of Tamale Water Project to begin next year. That's according to President John Dramani Mahama. Then you have rubber industry hails decision to stop raw exports. Rubber industry hails decision to stop raw exports. Graphic business Stanbic Bank breakfast meeting tomorrow. And world-renowned sculptor El Anachui shines at ICOM Dubai 2025. That's the front page of the Daily Graphic newspaper. Let's head to the Ghanaian Times. GRA Media to intensify tax reform education for compliance and revenue generation. That's the Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority, Anthony Kwesi Sapong, speaking there. GRA Media to intensify tax reform education for compliance and revenue generation. Renowned Ghanaian sculptor El Anachui shines at ICOM Dubai 2025. Afoko urges youth to speak up, shape national progress. That's Paul Afuku speaking there. Springfield's WCTP2 contribution major national milestone. That's according to Kojopuku. And then Volta region, police destroy 4.2 billion cedis Indian hemp. Hey, Radi. Volta Region Police destroys 4.2 billion cedis Indian hemp. So, at the pharmacies that need Indian hemp for production, you know, we still haven't found a way, or maybe the cannabidol levels are different. So this one is not pharmaceutical friendly, or what? Hey, we are destroying 4.2 billion cedis worth of Indian hemp. We will come and complain about debts to GDP and all. Hey, Ghana, we need to wake up. We didn't find commercial value in this. We couldn't put it into manufacturing or anything. There's cosmetics, there's medicine. So we'll make progress. Everything destroy. Continue destroying. Anyways, let me get to the Daily Guide newspaper. Ken is Ghana's answer to unemployment. That's according to Irene Natoshi. Ken is Ghana's answer to unemployment. Irene Natoshi speaking there, former administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund. Bogoso Prestia Mine. SC throws out application against Heath Goldfields. So that's the Supreme Court throws out application against Heath Goldfields. Ghana appointed Kimberley Process 2026 Vice Chair. Nigerian fugitive arrested in Ghana for murder. Nigerian fugitive arrested in Ghana for murder. Sir Sam Jonah is 10th Emmy Africa Ultimate Man. So that's the Daily Guide newspaper. Let's go to the Chronicle. Springfield's $280 million investment deserves state protection. Kojo Poku is the one speaking there. Supreme Court dismisses Blue Gold and Future Global Resources FGR affirms Heath Goldfield's right to Prestia mines. And our scripture for today is from Psalm 37 verse 28. For the Lord loves justice and he will never abandon the godly. He will keep them safe forever, but the children of the wicked will die. So that's the Chronicle newspaper for today. I'm taking you to the News Center. News Center says, champion indigenous ownership. Springfield requires decisive government partnership. You see, when you see the coordinated publication like that, it should give you a hint of what is going on. Ghana makes history as Kimberley Process Chair. Ghana makes history as Kimberley Process Chair. Cover-up suspected in Prestia Bogoso mine death toll. Cover-up suspected in Prestia Bogoso mine death toll. VAT flat rate hike from 4 to 20% will collapse SMEs. That's according to the Ghana Union of Traders Associations, GUTA. And then you have MTN unveils ambitious plan to lead gaming industry. So that's the News Center newspaper. Let's go to the Herald. Herald says GNPC officials exposed in Kevin Ochery and Springfield's $800 million debt bailout Kululu. GNPC officials exposed in Kevin Ochery and Springfield's $800 million debt bailout Kululu. OSP caught in another skewed investigation at MIF. GRA boss urges support for major tax overhaul. Lightwave eHealth seeks arbitration with Health Ministry over contract dispute. Retired officer's promotion to commissioner sparks anger in police service. So that's the Herald newspaper. Let's go to the Ghanaian Publisher. Ghanaian Publisher says, Natoshi fires Accra NPP chair, labels allegations reckless. Gold Board CEO speaks at 2025 DPMC today. Bogoso Prestia mine, Heath Goldfields prevails at SC. So yeah, that's at the Supreme Court. And Mahama cut sword for Ganasco Sports Complex. So front page of the Ghanaian Publisher. I jump to the Custodian. Custodian says Supreme Court affirms Heath Goldfields legally acquired Bogoso Prestia mine. You have Jospon Group empowers Ghanaian journalists at COP30. Gold Board CEO to address Dubai mining conference today. Minority demands weekly Galamsey briefings from Lands Minister. Ganasco at 65. Mahama cut sword for major sports complex. And there's a rejoinder that says MIF fails to answer RTI request on 2024 finances. So that's the custodian newspaper. The New Republic. Sam Jonah fires salvos. Says Galamsey corruption sponsored by elites silence. Demands architectural revolution to save Ghana's cultural soul. Sam Jonah fires salvos. Says Galamsey and corruption is sponsored by elite silence and demands architectural revolution to save Ghana's cultural soul. NPP's proxy voting ban slammed. Diaspora SEC delegates left in cold for January primary chaos. Samira Baumia in Maslock mess, dodging 280k loan repayment. Hey. Shadow deportation deal. AG's tactical disclosure bid masked deeper constitutional rift with U.S. pact. And then you have Trade Minister backs Gumua Central SEZ project. Let's do some business news. Business and Financial Times. Domestic electricity tariff regime ranked among Africa's best performing. That's according to a study by PURC. Haptel announces Patience Achianu as next board chair, following Hans Nelson's decade of service. World-renowned sculptor El Anachi dazzles at ICOM Dubai 2025. BOG takes currency education to markets. PIFAG demands long-term industrial policy to stem perennial grain glut. So that's the BNFT, Business and Financial Times. Economy Times. Preparations for issuance of Ghana infrastructure bonds begin. Then you have analysts anticipate sharp policy rate cut as BOG's MPC meets this week. VAT reforms, traders clash with government over unfair system. So that's the Economy Times newspaper. Let's quickly go online, see what's happening on various web portals. I'm going to take you to Channel One News Online, bring you some stories from there. Channel One News Online says public pressure mounts on OSP due to hype. That's according to Sami Darko. Okay, let me reserve my comments. Fast track courts needed to speed up corruption trials. That's according to Inusa Hussaini. Corruption fights. OSP needs support, not condemnation. Again, Inusa Hussaini speaking there. Cecilia Dapa's docket is with Iyoku, not OSP. That's according to Sami Darko. iPhone 13 seizure triggered unrest at Wa Technical Institute. That's according to the principal. Reset your party. Forget about 2028 comeback. Rashid Tanko to NPP. All right, let's go to citynewsroom.com. Let's see what's happening there. Chinese expansion in poultry market fueling egg glut. Farmers warn. And then you have government developing framework to legalize Okada business. That's according to the DVLA. GAF closes all Accra recruitment centers except LWAC. That's the Ghana Armed Forces. SML GRA scandal. OSP to arraign Oforiatta and 7 others today. Oforiatta running away from accountability. That's according to Inusa Hussaini. Speed up high-profile corruption cases. Again, Inusa Hussaini, this time speaking to the OSP. 2028 election, Mahama's record to secure NDC victory. That's Sofo Tanku Rashid Computer. OSP and AG must cooperate and avoid tension. Inusa Hussaini speaking again. Constitutional Review Commission to submit report to Mahama on Monday. That's today. We'll be there. We'll be live. We'll bring you the details of all of that. So go online, citynewsroom.com, as well as channel1newsonline.com, and you can get the details of all these stories and several others. Meantime, this is Breakfast Daily here on Channel One Television. Stay with us. We'll be right back with the news review segment.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm
The second coming.
into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Trotro from Kaswati. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late?
Of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. You go be the luckiest. Coffee from Georgia be luckiest. From Latveria, cause she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest. Everybody go be the luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Senya, God, the apple boom. If you put it toy, so would the coming of the son of man be. Is that his car?
Ha! Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, mommy, simple direction. Mr. Goodluck no check me way.
Yeah,
man.
Easy cry. Or dial star 712 hash.
The devil is a liar.
He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
I'm a baby.
Oh, how romantic.
And he followed the prompt, yes. And then boom, confirmation test.
One quick, pick 5 numbers for me, okay? I'm feeling like 7.
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompt and let destiny handle the
You see how they love you now?
Yo, do you have family permission? Before December, may release a motivational album. Patapa, my super.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
This Christmas Eve, skip the ordinary and step into the extraordinary. Welcome to the Situation All White Party 2025, where the music never stops, the energy never drops, and the fun never ends. Celebrating grand style with great music, irresistible food, and an atmosphere that screams good vibes only. Date 24th December 2025. Venue Good Park near the Accra Mall. Time 8 p.m. till late. Dress code, it's an all-white affair. Get ready for electrifying live performances from Kofi Kinata, Kwabuha, Perez Music, Inchin Band, and DJ Mingle. Wear your best all-white fit. Bring your dancing shoes and let's light up the night together. Book your tables now. Call 0205-973-973. It's Christmas Eve. Don't miss it. Situation All White Party 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM, and it's proudly sponsored by EcoBank, Bethel Logistics, and Hallmark Cafe.
Mini baby,
Ghana, get ready! AgriFair 2025 is gonna be extraordinary this November. Fresh farm produce, fish, poultry, and livestock producers, this is your moment. Join us from Friday the 28th to Sunday the 30th of November 2025 at the Ifo Sutherland Children's Park from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Come get your fresh produce, livestock, aquaculture, agro inputs, machinery, and innovative agri-tech solutions. Plus, don't miss our AgriFair clinics on snail farming, poultry farming, fish farming, and piggery. Call to register, but hurry. Registration closes on Friday the 21st of November 2025. Expect seasoned kebabs, farm-to-table deals, and a buzzing farmers market experience. Call 0558-973-973 to book a stand right now and also to register for the clinics.
I like pork, so I will take pork. The protein ratio is 11.5.
AgriFair 2025, where culture meets innovation.
I must commend City FM and Channel One TV for putting this together. My only wish is that it's done, twice a month, 3 times a month.
I will say the fair has taken us beyond what we even imagined.
Really?
It has exposed us to the people of Accra.
The AgriFair 2025 is powered by Channel One TV and 97.3 City FM and is proudly sponsored by Horticulture Business Platform, Development Bank Ghana, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, Gersal, Ghana Exim Bank, and Agri Impact.
Well, hello there. Grateful that you chose us. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel One Television. It's time for the news review segment. The studio is packed. Of course, the gentlemen are here. And so we're going to go straight into it. But I would like to remind you that the show is interactive. So join us with your thoughts, your comments and contributions via socials. And of course, via the WhatsApp number on your screens. We're live on YouTube. We're very interactive on X. We're very engaging on IG. You can catch some video content from Channel One TV on TikTok as well. So do your best to join us, even as we have the conversation on national issues that is designed, or the aim is to help shape public discourse and ultimately for national development. This morning, I'm privileged to have in studio the Honorable Member of Parliament for Afram Plains North, Wolasi Peli, here with us. He's an independent member of Parliament, quite a strong man. We have Dr. Palgrave Boachi Dankwa. He's a lecturer at the University of Professional Studies, Accra, UPSA, and of course speaks for is a member of the New Patriotic Party as well. Elvis Darko is also here. He's the editor of the News Center newspaper and newscenter.com. Gentlemen, good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, and thank you.
It's good to have you. Yes, sir. So let's get straight into it. This morning, the OSP is at it. He's arraigning Ken Ofori-Atta, former finance minister, along with 7 others, over corruption and corruption-related charges. It's, of course, stemming out of this GRA SML deal and all that has ensued prior. Today, the OSP goes to court to formally prefer charges against the former finance minister, who, mind you, is still not in the country, and 7 others. So we're going to pick thoughts around the table generally. Honorable, I'll start with you. 78 charges against 7 individuals and 1 institution. What are your thoughts? Are we going to see the end of this trial anytime soon?
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you to your viewers as well. When I came across the news of the number of counts and charges against the 7 persons, well, I was not able to look at the persons in the first place because I didn't want to. And,
why not? Why didn't you want to?
And, per my profession, sometimes it's very difficult to go at the person when the offense has to do with an office. So I'll try to look at the facts and then juxtapose it with the office and the duty that such persons, so it could be anybody.
Right.
So the duty that such persons could owe the public or the government, for that matter, and then now look at the said breaches as will be pursued by the OSP in the charges. Then I would be able to draw some conclusions, though not legal at that stage. I will be able to imply some happenings that is likely to come up in the cases. But for the whole legal regime, when you ask me, is it going to end? I would say it depends. Yeah, because our legal system doesn't, the common law system actually gives a lot of rights, it gives a lot of maneuvers, it gives a lot of ups and downs to its system. And so once the person is charged, that doesn't mean it's going to end very soon. So we're looking forward to how prudent the OSP is going to present his evidence and charges, and how quick those charges are going to nail the said persons in those offices that he deems fit to charge. Then we see how prudent and how fast the court would want to work, and all put together will answer the question as to whether we are going to see the end of it or not. Yeah.
Now, how important is it that we have some fast-track courts to expedite some of these cases?
Yes, exactly. That when it comes to corruption and corruption-related charges, and it comes to mismanagement of the economy and then the financial status of the country, it must be a fast-track issue, because it puts a toll on the public, and then the public suffers it. And so I think issues like this should rise up to the fast-track high court, and then even the public must know the time frame at which these trials should end. That will put the public trust in whoever is prosecuting, and then people will be deterred from entering into such acts as well.
Very well. Elvis, we are back here again. SML, GRA, OSP, same issues, but today we're expected to be in court. All along, I have been of the opinion that do your investigations, present your matter before the court. Whether or not Ken Ofori-Atta is here in person or not, you can try the case and even try the man in absentia. Does this bring some sort of relief to the fight against corruption, especially coming from the office of the OSP?
As you rightly said, personally, I've just been of the same opinion that this whole SML and everything that they talk about, Ofori-Atta was a minister, and whatever GRA does is supposed to be supervised by the minister. So as a minister, he played a role as a supervisor in the whole act. The GRA, which is actually the one really deep into this, which offered the contract to SML, is here in Ghana. All the people who had worked at the helm of GRA at the time that all this contract, none of them is out of this jurisdiction. The SML itself, the company, all their officials are here in Ghana. So I have said that I don't see how Ken Ofori-Atta's presence or absence will have any serious impact on the investigations being done. Because for every documentation about this particular deal, GRA is the best place to get it. That GRA is a state institution. So whatever information OSP needed about the SML and everything, GRA was the best place to get it. And GRA as an institution exists. It's not missing. So I have always been of the view that all the issues about Ken Ofori-Atta and co were just a hype. Because I believe that whatever information that the OSP required to get this case to court exists in Ghana here. And I've been vindicated. Today he's going to court. Ofori-Atta is not in Ghana. But now he said he has enough to go to court, right?
Yeah.
So all this going around about Ken Ofori-Atta, I don't even see it. And I've always said it. If Ken Ofori-Atta has done something, you go to court and the court says, yes, you have a case. Ken Ofori-Atta is guilty. And then you say, because the court said is guilty, and now the state decide to start extradition process and bring him to Ghana to come and serve his sentence, then hooray. But when the case is even yet to go to court, and then all the focus is on Ofori-Atta, extradition and all these things, I think that back and forth, were all just a waste of our time. The focus should have been on get the information as they have now and go to court. And when the court make the pronouncements, and you think that based on court pronouncement, now you can insist that Ken Ofori-Atta should be extradited and you start the process, I'm all for it. But when, even before a court, even before the case is even presented to a court, all the focus is on Ofori-Atta. The question is, now Ofori-Atta has not come. Are you not going to court? Is OSP not going to court today? So why all this back and forth about Ofori-Atta when you knew from the beginning that you could still have done your work and go to court without Ken Ofori-Atta being in Ghana? So I have said that, see, we fought we've pretended to be fighting corruption, and we've made corruption a media a hype in this country, and that is why we've not had a lot of successes in the corruption fight. So you see a lot of cases from, let me say, 2000 till now. We make all the hula baloo in the media, they go to court and they lose a lot of the cases. How many people have been jailed from 2000 to now in high-profile corruption cases in Ghana? But if you want to go on the internet and Google about high-profile corruption cases from 2000, you will get to about 1,000 cases that we've made a lot of noise about in the media. But how many of them were we able to convict people to go to jail? So I have said that I would prefer a system where the focus is on working and getting the evidence, go to court, let the court system work based on certain timelines. As I've said here, that no case should last more than a year in a court. Because if a high-profile corruption case starts in a high court, and you say within 1 year, judgment should be delivered. If it delivered, the person is not happy, whoever is not happy should go to the high appeals court. You spend another 1 year there. If you are not happy, go to the Supreme Court. Then within 3 years, the person is moving from one place, the case is from one court to another. But when one case will be in a high court for 3-4 years, it doesn't engender any confidence in the justice delivery system. So for me, my appeal, and I always say, the investigative bodies, we have a lot of them. FIC is in this country, CID is in this country, IOCO is in this country, NIB is in this country. We have so many investigative bodies. We should direct our focus at getting the needed evidence that can nail people in high-profile corruption cases. That is where the public confidence in the system will say, if you steal public money and you are caught, the system will make sure that they gather the appropriate evidence to make sure that you are convicted, and whatever we need to recover, we'll recover, and if you have to go to jail, you go to jail. But we have done this media ho-ha all these years, and for me, it has really not given us any meaningful outcome. The office of the OSP is like 6 or 7 years now. If you ask how many cases have they actually been able to prosecute successfully, you throw your hands in the air. And from day one, the office has been focusing on some cases. By the time you see, they go to court and they lose the case. They go to court and nothing comes out of it. So for me, I'm happy that they are going to court. And my advice, and I always say it, the office should stop being emotional. That every little thing that is said about us, they want to organize a press conference. Every little that said about they want to go and post something on Facebook or social media. It is not why they are there. What they are there is to dig deep and get the evidence, go to court, convict people. That is why we set up the OSP. The OSP is not set up to become a media engaging institution where somebody sneezes about OSP, a press conference. Somebody sneezes about OSP.
Isn't that the transparency bit?
What transparency?
They don't want to say transparency.
What is transparency? When the case goes to court today, all the charges of file become public documents. Any media house that is interested can now go to the registry and say, I want to know all the charges and what the details. The registry will give it to you. I'm saying that the office is not set up for public media engagement. The purpose of the office, every office or every institution has a mandate. The mandate of the OSP is to get into high-profile corruption cases, make sure it gathers enough evidence, and go to court, get conviction. Where we need to recover, we recover. Where people need to go to jail, they go to jail. That is their primary mandate. You understand it? So the media engagement should not be taken like the most out of what they are doing. Because I've told you, if you look at the record of the offices it was set up to today, you have what are the most successful, prominent corruption cases that they'll be able to make a meaningful conviction. It's difficult to find. And that's why I'm saying that the media engagement should be limited. And the way you open yourself for media engagement, that is where the public also comes at you. Because even if you have challenges and you are always in the media, people will forget about your challenges. People will not come at you because you are the one who is making all the noise in the media. So they also come back at you. So I'm saying that for me, this idea of trying to create the impression as if Ofori-Atta's absence means that the case cannot go to court. They themselves are proving that it was wrong approach. Because Ofori-Atta is known in Ghana, but today they have enough evidence to go to court.
Well.
Why were we not focused on that from day one? I think that should have their focus. If you convict Ofori-Atta today, and the court said Ofori-Atta is guilty, already his lawyers are already dealing with you. So they are coming to court to defend their client. If at the end of the day the court say Ofori-Atta is guilty, every Ghanaian will back you that extradite Ofori-Atta to Ghana because now a court has made a pronouncement. But when the court is, you yourself have not even filed anything in court. But then the engagement is all about public and Ofori-Atta. It's not what we, the public, want.
Right.
What we want is that go to court and convince somebody and say that you are recovering this money for us. Somebody is going to jail. That is why you are set up. So for me, I think that they should learn from this Ofori-Atta saga and subsequent major corruption cases they'll be dealing with. They should be careful. Look at Cecilia Dapa's case. Keep back and forth. Now they came to tell us that the money, the case is.
They said the docket is Ayoko.
They even said that it is no longer their mandate and that the case is for Ayoko. If from case for Ayoko, how come were you giving us all those press conferences at the end of the when we were all hyped up that we are going to get Cecilia Dapa's case, we are going to get the money, maybe she may go to jail. Then you come and tell us that now with the way the case is going, it is no longer a case for the OSP. It has to go to Ayoko. All these things are creating deficits for the OSP. So I'm saying that they should learn from what has happened so far. They should take on cases, go on the quiet, do their investigation, get to court. When the court make pronouncement, we all follow them. But when you are yet to go to court and all is back and forth in the media, I don't think that is helping the OSP.
All right. Doc, let me hear from you. We're going to court today. Is that progress? And if the OSP says there's pressure, public pressure on it because of hype, who brought it upon the OSP? Did they bring it upon themselves?
Nana, very good morning to you and to my colleagues and to your listening public. And to state that I'm a proponent of working in silence to be able to achieve your results. Very clearly, governance is three things. It's accountability, it's transparency, and it's trust. And I would wish that we uphold the rule of law, especially in the case of the SML GRA, and also be minded about the fact that we are building a narrative and we're building a history and we're building a country. We cannot keep victimizing individuals until state institutions have stated that they are guilty of an offense that they have committed. And so we need to be guided by that. And I would advise the Office of the Special Prosecutor to work in silence. They are our biggest investigative body as it relates to corruption and corrupted-related activities. If they play to the gallery.
On what scale? Is it the mandate or the funding?
Mandate. They have the biggest mandate, and it's very clear. And so if you are the Office of the Special Prosecutor and you are the state prosecutor and you go goose chasing, okay, or you go rumor mongering, where lies your mandate? Where lies your authenticity? Where lies your level of integrity? And so I would admonish him and the entire office to work in silence and bring us the best of results. And in this case, obviously it's an SML GRA case. The Minister for Finance was at the helm of affairs in terms of policy and implementation. The rest of the mandate really is on the officers of the GRA who issued the contract, and this has been a concern for us. I mean, you recall that President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo asked KPMG to do an investigation into that January and February of 2024, and the results came out in March, and there were various recommendations that were made. I would ask the OSP to look into that paper that came from KPMG and be able to ensure that the rule of law works rather than going against and looking for individuals to victimize. We need to be able to build a country beyond the individuals.
Very well. You think the OSP has brought pressure to bear on itself by its numerous public engagements? I think even last night they were on X.
Yep. I'm now zooming into the matter proper.
Very well.
You see, I chose carefully my words from the beginning, and from my other panels here, then I borrowed some words from them, like victimization, and then like media engagement, and then I started looking at the case critically. See, this is a case legally that can be prosecuted in two ways.
Okay.
We may have the civil part of the case, which would be between a GRA and SML. Then we may have the criminal part of the case, which has to do with the individual officers in their offices who had the fiduciary duty, who might have, in a way, gone against that duty.
Right.
And when it comes to a criminal case, in person is paramount. In person is paramount. And in person rules over absentia.
In person at what stage? Investigations, interrogations, or
investigation,
reports?
interrogation, prosecution. Okay?
Because your mannerisms and demeanor, everything counts.
Everything counts.
Okay.
Because your question answers, you know, when you are being investigated, interrogated, your lawyers don't answer for you.
Right.
They only raise objections where they think you are being pushed. So I am looking at the facts of mentioning names in this case that if there are 7 others involved, and maybe by the investigation or the interrogation, all is pointing to one who must answer a question, and the person is not available, or the person cannot be found, that name will keep on ringing.
Okay.
And our kind of democracy in Ghana, accountability means the people listening or hearing what the issue is about.
True.
So the OSP might be forced to give out the updates on the case in the media.
Right.
And updates in media can be interpreted anyhow. It can be interpreted that he's emotional. It can be interpreted that he's democratic enough. As to whoever is decoding what he's doing, that is what the person will interpret. But I see that if it has to do with prosecution in a criminal case, in person is very important and paramount to the outcome of the investigation or even the case as well. That is why you have a criminal case in court, no one can represent you.
What do you see happening now? Do you see a criminal case or a civil case?
I think it's a criminal case. When they press charge on count, it's a criminal case. It's a criminal case. And so the accused must in person be present unless otherwise proved that we cannot bring the person, then even that one, it is a permission sought from the court to try the person in absentia. So until the court allows the person to be tried in absentia, you must keep on looking for the accused. Okay. So in fact, we are trying to bring a finality to a happening in Ghana, which is corruption and corruption-related cases. Okay. Persons who are involved are on criminal charges. We are investigating their matter. Oforiatta has not, in my view yet, written responses to whatever charges have been given to. All the documentation we have seen, which is like a mail or between the OSP and Oforiatta, had been, "Are you coming?" "I'm not coming." "I will come this time." "I wouldn't come at this time." Okay. Right. So it means that what I'm discerning from that is that the OSP says, "I want to ask you a question, but I need you here for me to ask you the question. I don't want you to be there to be answering my questions, so come down." And that is all what it has been. The fact of the case and as to whether he is guilty, this is the finding of the OSP, had never come to light in this thing. So it is not, I don't see it emotional. I don't actually see it emotional. Like I said earlier, all I'm seeing is that...
Does he appear frustrated?
Who?
OSP.
The OSP. Oh no, frustration can be judged from a distance by you, but the person might not be, because some people have a higher tone, and when they are bringing out the tone, you would think it is frustration, but that is how they are. So I don't judge until the person says he is. So what this matter is about is, if today the charges are pressed, the prosecution in absentia or not in absentia is also a determination of the court. And that is what we'll be looking at. And no prosecutor runs to court and say, "I want to try an accused in absentia."
Of course.
Until you have evidence that you have done all you could to bring the person and you cannot. That is when you seek the court's leave to try in absentia. So like Elvis said, Elvis is expressing his view that if all this was running up and down, in fact, we are pressed with time. We need a finality to this so that people will stop embezzling our money. And so you should have gone to try in absentia. What if you get to court? It's also one of the weaknesses. You get to court in that rush, and the court tells you that you can't try this case in absentia. Bring the person. We have gone back a bit. So now we are all looking at what the OSP is going to press today, and then the counts and then the reliefs you'll be seeking from the court for him to either bring Oforiatta or try him in absentia.
Very well. Pero Elvis, there's this other side of this matter, which has to do with SML itself against the OSP. SML is in court. It is with like pushing for a matter where the OSP has not established that its equipment have been used in any criminality, but seized its equipment. So SML is in court over that. Same SML has petitioned Shraj to look into the OSP, citing bias and if like a personal vendetta against someone in there. So it doesn't look like it's a straightforward line we're towing on this.
Well, as is said, the case has different options. The OSP is pursuing a criminal case. The SML people are pursuing civil cases against the OSP. So it's going to be both criminal and civil cases running in different courts at the same time. The one lawyer says that the Oforiatta's lawyers have not answered any charge. The question has OSP prepared any charge that the lawyers didn't respond to? No. OSP has not written any charge against Ken Oforiatta. All he was saying is that come. And the man is also giving excuses why he can't come.
Exactly.
So OSP has not actually preferred any charge against Ken Oforiatta. I want you to answer question A, B, C, D, and he didn't answer. No. So you can't blame Ken Oforiatta if the OSP is did not give him a question. How will he answer a question? He can only respond to the letters OSP has written to. All OSP letters to him are that, come, I want you here before I ask you a question. So if the OSP has not sent question to Oforiatta, he can't answer question. He
wanted him to come, so he asked him the question in person.
So he can only respond to those questions, the letter OSP has sent. And the issue is that they're running to court. If OSP are gone to court and court say bring Oforiatta, a court will then have asked OAG to issue a extradition order because the OSP has no power to issue a extradition order. After pressure has mounted on him, now he has come out to say, oh, he doesn't have the power to actually issue extradition order. Even there were sentiments that the AG office has not received anything from the OSP's office requesting for an extradition. And when the extradition order cannot be given by OSP, it can only come from AG. So if the OSP has not presented any request to the AG's office that we want you to request the US to extradite Oforiatta, but you come and tell us in the media that you are working to extradite Oforiatta, then what's the basis of those kind of press conferences? Because you know that you, the OSP, don't have that power to extradite the man. You can't request any authority from the US that you want. It is only Attorney General who can make that request. But as we speak, you have not sent such a request to the Attorney General's office. So then what's the basis of saying that you have asked Interpol to bring him down? He's on Interpol red notice. You have done all this. When the actual process should be going to the AG and there's nothing before the AG, then what is all the press conferences about all those issues? So you see, that's what I'm saying, that the OSP is about process. If he had gone to court and the court said, based on this case, we want Oforiatta in Ghana, the court ruling would then have compelled the AG to file extradition orders to the US. Now the OSP also has come to tell us that you can file extradition order, but it depends on whether the US want to extradite him or not. So he can file extradition order, the US will decide that based on information available to them, there is no need to extradite Oforiatta, and that will be the end of it. So you knew all these things. You knew all these things. So then why were we being told that we are working to extradite him, as if when you send the order today, then tomorrow Oforiatta is on the plane to Ghana? You see, that's why I'm saying that the GRE, which has all the documentation and everything, is in Ghana. Where was the supervisor, a minister? SML, all their officials that were engaged in they are also in Ghana. None of them has run away as we accuse Oforiatta. So I believe that whatever information you need, especially in the area of documentation to prove your case, they are all here. So with that Oforiatta's presence, and you have also not gone to court for a judge to say, looking at the case, we think that Oforiatta's presence is needed. You have also not gone to case for a judge to determine that. You have not sent extradition order to the AG's department that we want the man to be extradited. But you are holding press conferences every day and telling us that you have put him on Interpol red alert, he is going to be extradited. And when the pressure mounted, now you come back and tell us that, okay, even when Ghana filed the extradition, it's at the discretion of the US to decide whether to extradite Oforiatta or not.
The Department of Justice.
And that should tell you that is why we shouldn't be wasting our time on some of these things. When Ferdinand Tameko fled and didn't come back, did the court say that by all means he should come before they finish the case? No. They have finished the case. They have convicted her. Up to now, have we been able to bring her down? When the question was put to the AG the last time, what did he say?
He says he's engaging the Department of Justice.
So why don't you go to the process and let's have a finality that, yes, your evidence show that Oforiatta has done something wrong. And then when we are waiting for as and when the Americans will decide to extradite him, if AG had filed, then they will be waiting on that. Because for certain now, we know that the court has made a pronouncement. The court has made a finality. All these years, you have not been able to extradite her. So for me, let's get it.
Right.
If the SML officials are here, GRA officials are here, and it's only Ofori-Atta who is not here, why don't you go and present whatever? If there's a conviction and then we are waiting for extradition, but in the case you have not presented extradition order to the AG, no court has ordered the extradition of the man. You are now telling us you have not. You yourself are now telling us that even if that extradition order is sent to the US, then it is at the discretion of the US to decide whether to extradite Ofori-Atta or not. So let's say we send extradition, and the US says, okay, based on information available, they are also thinking that there's no need to extradite Ofori-Atta. It means that the case is dead. Does it mean that we will not prosecute the case at all? So see, these are some of the issues he should have considered from the beginning, because he's a very smart lawyer, criminal lawyer, who knows that this is where we are going to end. So he should have considered that the extradition is not something that is guaranteed. It's not automatic. And therefore, let me focus on the case with those who are already here.
Yeah.
If I secure my conviction and I'm unable to actually extradite him, either the extradition is AG's job. So then you
have secured your conviction. You are done. So AG should do the rest.
If the Ofori-Atta is not in Ghana, it's not my fault.
It's the AG's problem.
I have done my work. The court agrees with me that something wrong has been done. It's left with the AG to extradite. So if the AG don't, nobody will be faulting you, the OSP. But when you take the forefront, and you are the one shouting, we are going to extradite him, they will take you on. Why are you not able to extradite him? So that's why I'm saying that the press conferences is actually opening them up for more criticism. If these press conferences are not there and they were doing their work, maybe a lot of the criticism against the OSP would not have been there. And as you have rightly said, you are doing a criminal case. The people are also doing a civil case. So the case has various arms that to be running. So focus on the case.
So do not come in the media make it look like it's a straightforward thing you are going to convey.
Why is it straightforward? When now you are telling us that the Americans will decide whether to when you come to a press conference and tell us that, oh, you are putting on red notice and the man is going to extradite.
Even the red notice now we are hearing.
He has been removed from the red notice. They say, oh, it's a process. You understand? I believe that the OSP office knows all these processes, and they are aware that the extradition is just not something they should rely on at the moment. What they have the capability and control over is whether they can get enough evidence here in Ghana from GRA and SML and prosecute the case. If you prosecute it and you have secured a conviction, every Ghanaian know that, oh, OSP has secured conviction against Ofori-Atta and people in the SML. Whatever action will be taken against those who are here, the court will prescribe the punishment. Then you send AG, now we have convicted the people, but Ofori-Atta is out there, is not here. Now it is you who have the power to extradite him. So they come and tell Ghanaians that we are finished with our work. Now it is in the domain of the AG to extradite Ofori-Atta, who will then be coming after the OSP.
Let me come to Doc for a final take on this matter, and I also want to pick your thoughts. I have a big issue with image and reputation in some of these matters, especially even with the mug shots that they take and all that. And like Elvis rightly said, if you go on the internet right now, since 2000, you find over 1,000 high-profile corruption cases, but you don't see the end of it. If these persons are cleared, what happens to their image and their reputation?
I don't think that we can trust the Office of the Special Prosecutor, and don't think that we can even trust the OSP himself, because I've stated that, governance is three things. It's trust, it's transparency, and accountability. And very clearly, you've seen that he's been on a wild goose chase. We can trust him.
He's going to court today.
But then you see, why do we waste our time when you can strengthen your own institution and work in silence? I mean, working in silence is key. When I see those mug shots, I get very scared.
Yeah.
Because these are people who have built many years of reputation. And I get very scared for our public service conversation and the attitude we are putting everybody through. Everyone can become a victim of circumstances. And so until your name is cleared, you are totally destroyed. And that's what we are doing. And so all of us must be able to fight against what is happening. I mean, I don't know if we can trust the OSP. He must be able to work in silence. If today, Ken Ofori-Atta wants to appear in court digitally, is that not possible? Can he not appear through Zoom or any other technical platform that they may want to use? Must the person be present? And so why are we not using all of these modern technology in our court system? The OSP is extremely emotional and also very much in the case. when you are a state official, you must remove yourself from every processes, because process is important. Your process will determine the end product of a case. And so I would say that I'm not sure if we can trust the USP. Governance is trust, it's transparency, it's accountability. The USP should have been working in silence. And I'm sure that if they want Ken Ofori-Atta to be able to appear in court, he can appear through Zoom or through Google Meet or Teams or any of those platforms that are available. But we'll wish them the best throughout these processes.
Very well. Let's get into the matter of the Ghana Armed Forces and the retooling. Of course, the budget did mention a number of things. It announced a number of plans for the Ghana Armed Forces, among them the purchase of some 6 aircraft, which have been the subject of conversation. In fact, it's dominated the debates on the floor. Honorable, you were there. Although the budget did not specifically say presidential jets, we know that, of course, jets, presidential jets belong to the Ghana Armed Forces anyway. And so the back and forth about the purchase of presidential jets at some, I think, $1.2 billion US, and all the conversations, especially at a time where some facilities or equipment of the armed forces have been cited for, if you like, not being entirely in a, if to borrow Okudjeto's words, pristine state. Your thoughts on this? Are we at a point in time, especially with our economy, to be able to make some of these purchases?
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity once again. You see, what is clear when it comes to economics is that what is needed is needed. And what is not needed can wait. We just witnessed a disaster which we all agree should have been taken care of by the Ghana Armed Forces. A helicopter crash, and everyone can bear witness that even the remaining ones we have which have not crashed can crash at any time. And you see, the burden that such a happening will bring on the nation, it's something you cannot trade anything for. Therefore, no matter how squeezed an economy is, if you have to clear a part of it to at least revive the soul of the country, it must be done. And so, as for the mention of which kind of aircraft and whether people name it a presidential jet or not, let's say, for instance, if America's the
Air Force One?
The Air Force One. If Air Force One crashes, who would it be blamed on? It will not even go to the presidency. It will go to the force. The Pentagon will directly have what's the repercussion. And so, if at this stage of the country's life, we see that there are some key things that we should handle, that we are not handling it. But yes, still we are squeezing somehow, but we are surviving. But we can take that one off and it will be a monumental takeoff where we will not revisit the bad days of like a helicopter crash. Why not? We need to do it once and for all. And we need to take a giant step to do what is modern, what is sustainable, what has the quality, and what will take us for a very long time. That I have a problem with our country procuring things for a short term.
You think we do short-term procurements?
I have lived and worked in Rwanda for at least 5 years. A country that cannot be equated in Ghana when it comes to historical and even economical strength in any way. But as we speak now, what Rwanda can boast its chest off in trying to secure its mandate as governance of the country Rwanda, in fact, I doubt if Ghana we can. Yes. Look, our pilots from the Ghana Air Force go to Rwanda to train pilots. What do they train them with? They train them with their modern equipment. We have the expertise, but the tools to work is not there. And we are always ready to mourn. Why? Why can't we prevent mourning? So in this budget, whatever is budgeted for to stabilize our military, for instance, this NIMOS accidents and co. These things, you know, it should have been done with helicopters. These forest guards should have gone in helicopters to identify even where the people are. But because we don't have the equipment, we are trying to fight Galamsey by road. And we cannot. We cannot, because even at the sound of the coming vehicle, they move. But if we look at the Western world, we look at the modern world, these things are being tracked by helicopters. And when you track it, it is there.
So you can fly drones.
You can fly drones. And it is very accurate, precise, and it is moving. We can't call ourselves the gateway to Africa and be shedding that responsibility now and be going back as if we are an archaic country and then be boasting we are Ghanaians. And I support 100% the purchase of this aircraft once and for all for Ghana Air Force, Ghana Armed Forces to be well equipped and tooled to handle either from the presidency to either their normal duties as armed forces if there need be.
Very well. Elvis, what would you say to those who argue that the government is taking advantage of an emotional period in our history as a people to push this through? And I'm linking it to the August 6 helicopter crash.
Of course, if they are attacking the government deserves it. Because the government, the one that made politics with presidential jet in this country. As you mentioned, Okujeto said, this one is in pristine condition.
The Falcon.
It's in pristine condition. So Akufo-Addo has no right to take a private jet, hire a private jet that said this one is faulty. So if it's in pristine condition, the government is in power now. Why do you have to need a new one when the one that is there is in pristine condition? See, this kind of dirty politics just for vote is why we are where we are. The previous government wanted to buy one presidential jet and 4 helicopters for the armed forces. The NDC opposed it. They said Ghanaians are hungry. Ghana cannot afford the president. Are we now satisfied? Are we no longer hungry? There's no poverty. They said young people are jobless, so there's no need for Ghana to buy a president. Just last year, they presented the party. They fought it and said, no, the young are looking for a job. They don't have jobs. So why do you want to buy a presidential jet? Less than 1 year in your government, now you want to buy a presidential jet. Is the hunger in Ghana gone?
They argue that then the economy was not in a position to support the purchase of a jet.
And the economy now is in a position to when they can't employ nurses. They can't pay 12,000 teachers and nurses. Is that the economy capable?
They just got clearance for 6,100 teachers.
And when you have over 200, almost, they themselves said almost 200,000 teachers need employment.
They'll be clearing
the economy can't employ that, but the economy can buy $1.2 billion worth of jet.
But your safety of your president is
that is what I'm saying. That I'm not against it. I'm saying that they are dirty politics. The dirty politics we do around this thing. It's why we are where we are today. Why will anybody want to complain about buying a jet for armed forces used by the president? Apart from the president, it can be used for so many other purposes. Okay, I remember when COVID broke, one of the most prominent people who got COVID first and died. The presidential jet was flown from here, I think, to Rwanda or Kenya, one of the places that they could get a medicine. But by the time the jet got there, by the time it got back, the person is dead. So presidential jets are used for so many emergency situations, not necessarily because of the president, but we have made the presidential jet as a comfort for the president. So anytime there's talk of presidential jet, there will always be back and forth. This presidential jet we are talking about, before ordered it. Have you forgotten what the mills and they did politics and won the elections? But when the jet came, the late General Smith went and commissioned it under Mills and they used it.
Before they even get to use it?
No, but they opposed it big time. The one that Mahama wants to buy, by the time Mahama is out of office.
True.
But because they did dirty politics with it, that's why I'm not against buying presidential jet, because the president of a country is your number one person. So the safety of the president must be paramount to everybody. Okay? A presidential jet that went to France for 6 months maintenance. It returned in March 2023. And now we have been told that everything is corroded. It tells you that the aircraft is not something we should be relying on. Because in less than 2 years, after 8 months maintenance, less than 2 years, we say everything is rotting. So it should tell us that we need a presidential jet. So if we take the dirty politics, because there is elections, there's vote, you have to do all kinds of lies just because you want vote. And then when you win less than a year, you said you want to go and buy 2. Your predecessor said they wanted to buy 1. You said no, people are hungry. And now you have come to power less than I say you want to buy 2. Why do you think that people should attack you? I am for a presidential jet because I said what they wanted to do is what Kufuor wanted to do. He wanted to buy a bigger one that can carry like over 100 people. But because of the problem, we have to drop 1. When they came, they said they dropped 1 and bought the smaller one that takes just about 20 people. So what they wanted to do is the best thing we should have done. Small one that goes for shorter route if you are going to Africa and those places. And then the big one that can carry about 100 people that can carry long route. That is what a presidency needs. But when you politicize it, then people also politicize when you want to do it. We need a presidential jet because you see, when we want people to know that we are a serious country, you have to make sure that your president is properly protected. There's no serious country in the world plays with the security of its president. And the security of your president, one of the key security features of the president is the means of transport. So buying a presidential jet for president is something that we should learn to depoliticize. But when we think the elections are coming, we'll do politics with it. When you come to power, you want to buy it, you get the same thing you did to your predecessor. Because if you say your predecessor buying 1 is too much, and you now say you want to buy 2, hunger is not gone in Ghana. Unemployment is in Ghana. So the reasons you were saying that does not justify the purchase of a new presidential, the same reasons still exist today. We should stop politicizing this thing. We should just sit down. Is it value for money? Let's look at the cost. Is it value for money? Is it a brand new thing? How long will it last us? Let's take a national decision and say, this one is good. It will last us maybe the next 20 or 25 years. We'll commit to the proper maintenance schedule so that it doesn't rot away early. The value for the amount they are selling to us is okay. Let's buy it for Ghana. Because as I said, by the time these 2 jets come, Mahama's term is over. He's gone. Though he is the president buying it, Mahama will be out of power before this jet will come. Just ask Kufuor left power before this one came. So when we politicize some of these things, you ask yourself, what is the essence? It's simply because of votes. Because they knew very well at that time that Kufuor will be out of office before this thing will come. The NPP that is also fighting them because NDC fought them, they know that Mahama is not going to sit in this. And NPP is hoping that they will win the next election. If they win, who is going to sit in the presidential jet? Will it not be NDC president? It will be NDC president. Do you understand? So when we look at the things properly and we understand it from a nationalistic point of view, it helps all of us as a country. Look, it's true. If I'm a president, I'm scared about the presidential jet, I will take private jet all the time because my life is important. Well, I have to be alive before I will be your president. I will not be a dead president in the agreement president. So it will not happen. So if I feel that the aircraft is not safe, I want to take a private jet. You can complain, but I also care about my life. I care about my life. I don't want President Mahama to travel on this plane. If you ask me, that's a fact. I don't want President Mahama to travel on the Falcon. Of course, because the description they've given us that everything is rotten. Me, if I'm a
but I just returned from repairs. Or you still doubt it? The
description they gave you before they took the repair, when they bring it, you want to sit in this thing.
But that's why he went for repairs.
No, you see, this is the reality we must face. I am telling you that if I were president, I won't sit in this thing. I'm telling you. Because clearly, you know, if I listen to what the late Dr. Bonobo went to Parliament to read and told us about this thing, me, if I'm president of Ghana, I will never sit in it.
So you fly commercial and go and translate how many
I don't care. Even if I don't have to go to the trip, I will. If I use public money to go and take a private jet, I will. My life matters. I'm a president. I have to be president to rule you. You want me to die, there's somebody else to come and rule? No, I also want to be president. No, let's be realistic. Let's be realistic. Whether Mahama or not, if you ask me, we should be able to say President Mahama shouldn't take this plane. You should leave it. Let's get proper plane and let him travel with it wherever he wants to. It is important for us as a country. Right now, we don't have an airline. The only airline that will fly Ghana flag is a presidential jet. So buying a presidential jet goes beyond normally the president. That's why I say every country's presidential jet, they say the armed forces is in charge. But because we think that politicizing, they'll give us vote. We do all kinds of things. It's not helping us. Let's take the politics out. Let's prioritize the lives of our people. If the Black Stars are going to play a match tomorrow and we don't have money to buy first-class tickets for them on a commercial jet, we can just take the smaller jet. It's about 23 or 30 people. Let it fly you to the location, go and play and come.
Thank you, August.
It plays so many roles.
Thank you. Doc, let me come to you. The Falcon just returned, but a conversation about buying 2 new jets has sprung up. So we're looking at the value for money in this new proposal and then maintenance culture regarding the Falcon.
You know,
Ken will fly the new one.
I hold a personal opinion that security issues should not be discussed in the media. I hold a very personal opinion. And I hold this opinion because we expose ourselves too much as a people to the threats of the world. Unless, of course, no one is observing what is happening in the security architecture around the world. Because if you're observing what is happening in the security architecture around the world, this should not be a conversation. Did you see the Russian spy ship on the water borders of UK?
Yeah.
Are we aware of what is happening within the sub-region of West Africa? Are we ready as a people to protect our sovereignty? Why are we not really doing this in the interest of the Ghanaian people? Why is national security not advising the president and parliament and advising the minister for finance that this is a national security issue and should not even be discussed? Do we know where this is going to go in terms of the people that want to threaten Ghana? That they are aware that Ghana is going to purchase? No, it's true.
We don't even have.
No, yes, we don't even have.
Oh, we have one.
No, but they are aware. They are aware that
it is pristine.
Yes, but
It's a flying coffin.
but they are aware.
It's a flying coffin.
But they are aware that Ghana is going to purchase.
Yeah.
I think that we should have a more modern, agile, and mission-ready force to be able to compact all of the threats that is happening around the world. Of course, I'll propose some things. We need some more fighter jets. We don't have that. Okay? The Z9, when they brought the report, which I have said should not have been made public again. I mean, I don't know what we are doing with our security. The military intelligence should have advised the president, who is the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, that this goes against our sovereignty should we make it public. It is to protect the sovereignty of the 32 to 35 million people that we have in this country. Now, we can buy some jets that would help us. The Embraer Super Tucano, we can buy that. It has an optimum of about 5 hours that can roam around. Nigeria has it, Mali has it, Burkina Faso has it. But I hold the personal opinion, and I still hold that we should not discuss our security issues in the public domain. It should not even come to the floor of the House of Parliament. It should go to the committee, discuss that, so that it is held in secrecy and in private. The more we do that, we expose ourselves. And I think that for this very cause, Parliament should be united for us to be able to purchase these planes.
We've not seen the specs of what they are looking for.
We don't need to
discuss the amount.
Yes, but we don't need to. No, but you see, we don't need to. Because, you see, if anybody is minded about all the security threats, look, I look at where this world is going to be in the next 10 years. It's going to be alarming. Especially with the advance of technology and AI. It's going to be extremely alarming. But if we're a third world developing country, we need more sophisticated things because the data shows us that by 2064, Africa is going to host the highest number of young people in terms of population, the whole world. So Africa is going to become the market. And if Ghana is continually going to ensure that we have a stable democracy and our peace, we need more sophisticated weapons. We need more sophisticated naval ships. We need more sophisticated ambulances. We need a lot more sophisticated things. Have you been minded about what is going on in Nigeria, in Jos Plateau? Every single day, people are dying. And so what are we doing? Have we been minded about the threats of piracy at our Gulf of Guinea? And so really, for me, these security issues should not be issues that we should discuss anywhere at all. It should clearly come with an assent that, yes, go ahead and buy it, go ahead and buy it, go ahead and buy it. And let's ensure that we are protecting our sovereignty because that's all we have. If you don't protect your sovereignty, you have no country to rule or to govern. And so we would pray that the NDC moves away from their politicking, really, and look at the interest of the Ghanaian people.
Right. Let me take a few quick messages. This one says, I have always maintained that the establishment of the OSP is only a duplication of the Office of the Attorney General. In fact, we can only achieve the objective of the OSP if the current one is scrapped and re-established under the Office of the AG for effective supervision. That's from Big Boat in Tema. All right, this one says, good morning, Nana. It's a fact that the NDC is chewing more... Have you turned the thing around, or this? He says it's chewing more than it can bite, or it's biting more than it can chew. I'm not sure, but they should know that whatever may be the case, power will change sooner or later, and they will laugh at the wrong side of their mouth. This is Haj Ahmed from Nima. You can also send in your thoughts, your comments, and contributions. We'll do our best to read it. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel One Television. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
The National Petroleum Authority hereby cautions persons engaged in illicit storage and trading of petroleum products to comply with the regulatory requirements to operate in the downstream petroleum industry. The NPA Act clearly stipulates that no individual shall engage in any commercial activity related to the importation, exportation, re-exportation, shipment, transportation, processing, refining, storage, distribution, marketing, or sale of petroleum products in the downstream industry without first obtaining a license from the NPA board. Failure to secure the necessary license and properly regularize operations will result in confiscation of petroleum products, prosecution under the law, and decommissioning of facility. For more information, contact the National Petroleum Authority on 0302 550 380. You can also visit our head office located at Jolu of the N1 highway or any of our regional offices.
We're not sure what's causing the panic, but if you're
Masquerades are scary, but bills shouldn't scare you. Be one of 10,000 lucky winners when you deposit multiples of 400 Ghana cedis or take a loan in multiples of 4,000 Ghana cedis to win up to 1.5 million Ghana cedis in cash and prizes, 1-year insurance cover, and more. Tap into vibes in the EcoBank 5-Star Enjoyment Promo. Up to 15% discount when you use our cards and digital platforms. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. EcoBank will never call or text asking you to verify sensitive information like your PIN, Ghana card, or bank card information. Pay better attention to details.
Festive season, Volta Serene Hotel invites you to experience the magic of Christmas and New Year like never before. From 20th of December to the 1st of January, step into a world of joy, music, laughter, and celebration. We begin on the 20th with a soulful carols night, filling the air with warmth and melody. Then, on 23rd and 24th of December, arrive in style as we welcome you with fresh coconuts and local treats. Christmas Day brings pure delight, exciting exciting moments for kids, relaxing escape for adults, and an elegant all-white dinner under the stars, crowned with a spectacular fireworks display. On Boxing Day, embrace culture and rhythm, from picnics and traditional dance to an unforgettable high life and old school night. As the week unfolds, enjoy movie night, live music, karaoke, and endless fun, until we welcome 2026 with a breathtaking fireworks show on New Year's Eve. Special Christmas packages starting from 4,050 for individuals, 5,250 for couples, and 8,900 Ghana cedis for a family of 4 for 2 nights. Call or WhatsApp 0541 539 867 or 0362 025 243 to book your experience today. Volta Serene Hotel. Feel the serene touch.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
The second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Trot from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late, of course.
Star 712 hush, star 712 hush. You go be the luckiest. Coffee from Georgia be luckiest. From Natepia cause she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest. Everybody go be the luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Senya God the apple boom. If you put it with so would the coming of the Son of Man be.
Hey.
Is that his car?
Ha! Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, mommy, simple direction. Mr. Good Luck no check me way.
Yeah, man. Easy car. Or dial star 712 hash.
The devil is a liar.
He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
How much birthday?
Oh, how romantic.
And he followed the prompts. Yes. And then boom. Confirmation test.
I'm quick. Pick 5 numbers for me, okay? I'm feeling like service.
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the
You see how they love you now?
Yo, do you have family payment? Before December, may release a motivational album. Patapa, my super.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
All right, you're welcome back. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. We're having the news review segment. And we're moving into some politics now. The New Patriotic Party is still prepping for its presidential primaries come January 31, 2026. The various camps have been busy campaigning, but the party insists that there will be no proxy voting. Dr. Palgrave Boakye Dankwa, are you for or against?
We agree with the Presidential Election Committee of the New Patriotic Party.
When you say we, is this Team Ken?
Absolutely, absolutely. We the people that are bringing the next flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party. You know, we are in our 12th region of campaigning. We are in the Western region now. We have 4 more to go. We've done 140 constituencies out of 276 when we ended Eastern region. When we went to our front plains, when our candidate becomes the president of the Republic of Ghana, he will build a stream so that we can be able to drive on it. No one has done that. So we'll not need a ferry anymore. The ferry will just be for tourism and having dinner and lunch and games on it like it is in Galilee when you go to Jerusalem or you go to Israel.
Why are we so interested in road transport? No country has developed without water transport.
That's what I'm saying. So we're talking about water transport. So we'll put in a lot more infrastructure to make sure that, I mean, you go to the Hudson River in New York. I mean, yeah. So we'll put all of that in place. But proxy. Now, you see, Nana, the overwhelming integrity of this election is the future of the New Patriotic Party.
Right.
We are saying very clearly, and like the Presidential Election Committee has stated, that if indeed this election is important to you, wherever you are in the world, whether you are in the US, you are in London, you are in Australia, you are in South Africa, you are in China or Japan, you need to fly to come in and vote on the 31st of January. Why? Because we have seen some infractions that came from the 2023 election primaries, where when we went to Upper East, Upper West, Northeast, Savannah, and Northern region, delegates told us places where Kennedy recorded 0. They showed us evidence of their voting for Kennedy. And so if that election results had been counted well, it clearly meant that Kennedy was not given an extra 7%. So his voter results was 37.4%. If we had the 7% that he didn't have, he would have had 44.4%, which would have meant that the flag bearer would have had about 54.4%. But of course, I mean, it's an election that was held. And so we are making sure that the integrity of this 31st January 2026 election is clear, where no one is discredited. And so suppose that I make a decision that I will vote for Kennedy and I'm not able to come, and I tell my good friend from Afram Plains that, please, as you are going, go and vote for Kennedy. And he goes and votes for another person. How do we verify that? And the overwhelming numbers of people that are in the diaspora as well. And on that day, we want you that clearly, if you want to vote, fly in and come. And I think that we all agree with the positioning of the Presidential Elections Committee. And also because we have also found some infractions of some ghost names in the album. And we are saying that this election, especially the delegates election and the album that we are creating, is an album not just for the 2026 election primaries. It's also an album that we would use for our next flag bearership election. It's an album that we'll use for our national executive election. It's an album that we'll use for our regional elections. It's an album that we'll use for our constituency elections. And so the integrity of that album is key for the future of the New Patriotic Party. And so if we are making sure that the album has the highest level of integrity, I mean, I think that everybody should welcome that. But it appears as though a certain camp does not want this election to go without proxy. Why is that camp afraid? If you know you can win the election, come clean. And we are coming clean. And we are certain that Kennedy is going to be elected as the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party because we are people of integrity.
Very well. Very well. Just a quick one. The proxy is an arrangement by which a registered voter is able to authorize another person to vote on their behalf in the event that they are unable to be physically present. As well as the party is insisting that all registered voters be physically present. If you have people in Slovakia and they have to come for that one-day event, that's 20 seconds of instead of proxy. People are looking at the cost involved. And the fact that they do this and then they have to come back in about some 3 years' time for national elections. Already people have their calendar and how their yearly schedule or yearly plans are. So they were hoping that the NEC will allow them to do proxy. But the party insists on otherwise. So the ban has been upheld. Your thoughts on this?
I think that they are the politicians, they are talking about things. But I think that's a backward approach for them to ban proxy. I think he himself sat here and told us that even Ken Ofori-Atta can even speak to the court from America technology. And NPP has been a party that has talked about technology in their last governance. The way the world is moving, this physical presence of doing things is becoming a thing of the past. So instead of them sitting there and thinking, which technological way can we deal with this infraction for people to be able to vote? I think they should be considering technological means of making it possible for those people to vote rather than saying that take a plane and come. I don't think that if there's the kind of governance they will bring in the next election, they don't need to come to government. Because the world is moving so fast in terms of digitization and doing things remotely. So if they want us to believe that NPP is coming to power and Ghana will join the world in terms of advancement, then banning proxy should not deny people the opportunity to vote. They should find technological means of voting, getting people the chance to vote. And if they can't come out with that, then I'm sorry. Then they are not showing us the future. Because we all sit here and say that even the Electoral Commission in the next election probably should be looking at electronic voting, right? We have sat here and said this thing. And just an internal party election, not the whole Ghana. And they can't find a technological means of saying, wherever you are, we have created this platform, this system. There's no way anybody can rig it. All the representatives will be there. On this day, everybody who is abroad who want to vote, we want you to vote through these systems and to be counted.
Right.
How can they do that? And I believe that that's what they should do to tell us that they are a party that knows where the world is heading towards. But to say people should fly from wherever they are and come to Ghana just because of internal party elections, I don't think that is a solution. And this country, that's the problem I say we always have. When we have a problem, instead of us finding a solution, we just think about running away from the problem. If people have abused the system, and that is why you are protesting, the solution is not about eliminating the vote of those who are outside the country. Okay? They are part of the party. The NPP knows that a lot of their financing for their party comes from the people who are abroad. So if you are going to ban proxy and will make it impossible for them to vote, how will you go back to them that they should finance you in the general elections? So I think that they should look at the future of the party and say, these people who are abroad, their contribution to the party has always been very monumental. We cannot say that as a party because there's a problem with the proxy people abuse it, so we want to deny them the opportunity to participate in the primaries. That will be dangerous to the NPP's own future. So for me, from now till the January, it's still about 2 months ahead. If they will put some IT guys' heads together and says, we cannot ban these people from voting, and we cannot insist that they should travel here. Can you go come out with an IT system that nobody can
develop
abuse?
an app,
that will be open to
special
all
purpose
the,
app just for this presidential election.
Particularly that on this day, everybody will vote, okay? Everybody will vote on this day. Or country per country where you have the numbers, the time that will be favorable to them. And the representatives of all the parties will be available and the system will be open. And people will vote and the votes will count and numbers will be taken. I think that will show that they actually are thinking about the future. So I think that this ban on proxy because there is an abuse is not a solution. Find a solution to make sure that your members who are outside the country can vote. That is what will make the party stronger. They should think about it and say, okay, people who are not able to come to vote, how are you going to tell them to back your party in the next election? Financially and everything, how are you going to go to them? When you actually deny them the opportunity to determine who becomes the flag bearer. So when the flag bearer wins, how do you go to them and say, raise funds for us and support the party? So I think that they should look beyond the abuse. The abuse, if they have done that it is true, a solution is not about banning proxy. Solution is there a technological way that will be clean to all of us where these people will vote, so that when we go back to them as a party that in the general support the party, they will be happy. Because what they are doing now is a further division of the party, a further annihilation of some people from the party, which is not good for the party.
True. All right, Honorable, your thoughts on it. You think this ban will disenfranchise some voters?
I was actually laughing at the back of my head. And on a lighter note, when Prof was on the fact that if you really want to do what you have to do, then you have to be here in person. Then I went back to our first discussion with the OSP. I didn't know that.
Elvis was also
raise it. And yes, you know, I have a view that our internal elections are the reflection of our national election. When you see the conflicts and then the accusations we normally have in our national election, don't let us forget that it stems from our internal election. Our internal elections have always been marred with so much, sometimes I call it depressions, some kind of acts trying to favor some parts against some parts. And you know, no matter how you see a person, democracy is democracy. What the people want is what they want. What they have is what God has given them at a particular time. So if in case the said banning of proxy voting is actually aimed at depriving some rightful persons of voting, then it should be looked at. But if it is viewed in the correct context as to whether there is likely to be some infraction and abuse from quarters, then if the committee really did their work well, then banning it's an internal measure to curb manipulations. Yes, I'm saying this because you see, proxy has to do with a third party activity. And the third party activity going into a secret balloting can be anything, like he said.
Yeah.
So if I tell Kojo, if you go vote for Tim Ken is here, so vote for
So
Tim
vote
Ken.
for Tim Ken.
Tim Ken, and he goes, and then something small changes hands, and he goes for Tim Brian. Tim Brian. Then in the spirit of proxy, that is not what has happened.
Yeah.
So like Elvis said, technological advancement has given us the opportunity to do what we couldn't do. So if I cannot appear in person, there should be a way, because I have the right to vote and I must vote, there should be an avenue that will require that if all circumstances for me to be here fails, I should be able to cast my vote as well. And that has to do with the technological parties proposing. And I think as a country, we should be looking at that fair means of allowing people to express their heart's will freely in an election. And that will reflect on our national election as well.
Bro. Doc, if you are banning proxy internally, two things. One, Elvis touched on. If these people are unable to fly down to vote, if they feel disenfranchised, how are you able to go back to them to raise funds for the general elections? And then two, you've banned the proxy internally. Would you come to us to complain if there's a ban on proxy at the general elections in 2028?
So you know very well that this is a short-term measure. We are in a very difficult time as a political party. Ordinarily, we would not have been holding our presidential flag bearership election a year after losing a general election. I mean, you are aware what the Constitution says. We've had to amend some aspects of our Constitution. We've had to do some unorthodox things and untraditional things to make sure that we rebuild this party stronger. And so, yes, of course, this is a short-term measure. And in a general election, sometimes there's proxy, sometimes there isn't proxy. But I put it in this situation. Unfortunately, when you lose a father or you lose a mother, it is something that is not planned and you are not aware of it. You would plan to come and give them a peaceful burial. And that's the respect and the honor that you are giving to your parents. And I think that in this state, where we are as a political party, especially stemming from the results of the 2024 general election, everyone should consider that we really need to rebuild this party. And in this short-term measure, proxy really would not augur well for the intent and purposes of the rebuilding efforts of the party at this stage. And so temporarily, the mechanisms are that you should try and plan to come and vote for whoever you so want to lead this party. And it's a short-term measure.
Too late for someone to plan to travel in?
Well, I think that the election was announced a very long time ago that we're going to do a top-bottom approach.
That announcement did not come with a ban on proxy.
Absolutely. But then people have been touring across the world asking delegates to exercise their votes for their choice of candidates. And people have been flying into Ghana. Every week I see people coming to Ghana from different camps and different teams. And I know the majority of the people who have always been voting in the diaspora, they always come home. Because this is a season, it's Christmas and it's New Year. And many of them, when they come, they leave in February. So the timing of the election is also tied into the data that is available of the number of times people come to Ghana from the diaspora. And so this is a trip they would ordinarily make anyway. because it's Christmas, it's New Year, they're coming to see their family, and there's a bit of politics in it. And so I don't think that the timing is anything to do with it, because everybody comes for Christmas, December to remember. Then they are here making sure that they are boosting the Ghanaian economy. We are saying that in addition to that, spend an extra day to vote for your candidate. And my candidate, Kennedy Ejapon, is #1 on the ballot. So when you come in, remember to vote for him as the next flag bearer of the new Patriotic Party. But I'm very certain that this is the right way to go, especially as a short-term measure. And once we are done, we'll be able to put together some mechanisms that embraces all of us in our rebuilding efforts.
Very well. We have just about 5 minutes to go, so let me quickly zoom into the final one on the anti-LGBTQ bill. Minorities accusing government of attempts to block, if you like, the reintroduction of the bill in Parliament. Elvis, 1 minute, quick thoughts.
Well, I don't know what they are talking about, but the point is, the truth of the matter is that, as I said here, maybe Felix needs to issue a statement to explain the president's position. Because in opposition, he said he would sign the bill. He won election. BBC has to say doesn't know the content of the bill. He came to power. Catholic Bishop Conference went to, so the bill
went past.
He has to go through AG before he will sign it. And now he goes to a Christian council ceremony and says, I will sign. I don't know which one he wants to sign, whether still it will be AG or the private member. So we need some clarity on how the government wants it to go, because the president has made different positions on the bill. So I think that if there's a statement from the presidency clarifying the way the government wants to go with the bill, that to be clear to all of us. I think it's important, because I am foreseeing the possibility of the bill going through again. And then when passed, there's somebody will say, oh, human rights abuse, the case will go to court. Do you know why? It's not that Mahama Akufo doesn't want to sign this bill. Both of them are scared of the financial implications on the economy, because the Western countries keep threatening us every day. That any attempt to try, our economy will sink back into the deep hole again. So this bill, Mahama...
You know, just this morning, Trump has removed the 15% of
it's not going to be able
tariff
to sign it. Ghana is not... President Mahama is not going to sign this bill anytime soon. Because the economy are trying to build. Any attempt to sign this bill, the Western countries will hold back all the money, including whatever loans, whatever promises they give you to continue. They will hold all of them back. And that will be the end of the economy. We'll go back to zero. So we should... Let's tell Ghanaians the truth that the bill, Akufo-Addo Mahama, if they had a chance, they will sign it. They are scared that the Western country will hold back the money that we need. And instead of this politically and this back and forth, it's not that they are scared.
Legal antics.
Akufo-Addo is from a royal house. He will sign that bill in it. It's not about because it's a human rights lawyer. He was scared of the economic implications. Mahama and the NDC, they are scared of it. Listen to them now. You ask anybody in government now about the LG, and that you have to take time. But that's what we said in the opposition.
Thank
we
you.
are all scared of the economic implications. Let's be right. Let's be truthful to ourselves.
Honorable, it's been 5 weeks since the speaker gave the ruling, but the bill has not been reprogrammed on the other paper.
Yes, you see, I'm privy to what is happening, and I'm a member of the Private Members Bill and Motions Committee of Parliament. And you see, this has to do with a bill that was sponsored by private members. It has gone through the stages and to the position where the president had to append his signature, which is signed, which did not go. It came as a controversy between Parliament and then what? The courts.
And then they went to court.
The 8th Parliament is dead and gone.
So the
we're
bill
in the
is
9th Parliament. In the 9th Parliament, this bill must be reintroduced. So that is why the accusation that majority is what? Preventing the bill from reintroducing. As a member of the committee, the sponsors of the bill have not yet introduced the bill to the committee for us to even advise Parliament as to whether it should be part of the business or not part of the business. It's just one of those parliamentary gimmicks that you want to put something on the head of something, on either the minority or the majority. So the minority are only crying because
you can't put something on nothing.
They want to capture a news that will be in the airways for them to have something to say.
So they are fighting for relevance.
For relevance.
And for all these news against them in the election. So it's time for MPs to also you put pressure on them.
Doc, you have the final minute on this.
So, if Mahama will not sign the bill, which is a social vice, I would want to give Mahama some new work. We have a lot more sex workers in this country. According to the Ghana AIDS Commission, okay, there are about 80,000 sex workers in Ghana. Okay, highly concentrated in Greater Accra, 35,000 of that, and 18,000 of that in Ashanti region. There are a lot more social vices. Okay, young girls under the age of 18 are being trafficked from neighboring West Africa to come into Ghana. So if Mahama does not want to sign the LGBTQI plus bill, okay, which is also a social vice, then we are giving him some more work. The vice president is a female. They are trafficking female ladies into Ghana. There's a minister for gender. There is high profile of prostitution on the streets of Accra. We are getting worried. So if they don't want to sign the LGBTQI plus bill because of the economic threats, please turn your attention to the high level of sex workers in this country.
Doc, sleep early.
I do sleep early. This is data that is coming from Ghana Ace Commission. This is data. No, this is data. I sleep. In fact, to be fair with you, you see, it's already illegal. You see, I'm saying I'm saying that I am in my library every day from 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. You can ask my family. Always in my library, trying to research to be able to see how we can clear up these social vices. Are you not threatened that you are living in an economy and a country where young people who are educated are on the streets, they cannot find jobs? When we raise this issue, people feel like I go to work as a female and I earn 1,000 cedis at the end of the month. Someone decides not to go to work and he's earning 4,000 cedis a day by selling something on the street.
What is he selling?
Of course, you know what they're selling. Okay, so for me, if Muhammad will not sign the LGBTQI+, which is also a social vice, there are overwhelming 80,000 sex workers in Ghana. 35,000 of that are concentrated in Accra. 18,000 of that are in Ashanti region. And this is data from the Ghana AIDS Commission and UN8. So I think that, you see, the female vice president should help us in this country.
Very well.
LGBTQI+ should be signed.
Very well.
Regardless of the economic ramifications of it.
Very well. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Honorable Walasi Kweli, Independent Member of Parliament, Afram Plains North.
Yes, Afram Plains
Very well.
Kwewu Afram Plains
Kwewu Afram Plains North.
Yes.
Wow. Hey, that's a large stretch.
Yes, it's Kwewu Afram Plains North.
Very well, very well. Elvis Dakun, editor of the News Center newspaper, newscenter.com. And of course, Dr. Palgrave Boache Dankwa, who is always in his study from 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. researching for Mother Ghana. All right, people, thank you so much. This has been the News Review segment here on Breakfast Daily. But don't go away. The show continues after this.
Verna is clean, fresh and safe. I'm holding my Verna bottle. No plastic seal, no worries. Open and hear the sound like click. That sound means it's fresh, no trick. No plastic seal, but it's still pure. Cool and clean, you can be sure. Verna leads the brighter way. What takes my doubt away? If it clicks, it's Verna. If it clicks, it's clean. Sip it, feel the difference. Verna water, pure and green. Click, open, sip. Click, open, sip. Chalet Verna. No stress, just sip. Chalet Verna, no stress, just sip.
This advert is FDA approved.
Rooted in heritage. Shaped by ambition. Defined by style. Inspired by soul. This is Afro Quality, the first multi-country concept store for African brands. Now in Nairobi, Kigali, and Accra.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Time of the year again, and you've waited for long. The deals are back. The excitement is real. It's Franco Black Friday. At Franco, we believe in quality, affordability, and convenience. This Black Friday, we've made it easier than ever to upgrade your home and lifestyle. From 24th to the 28th of November, enjoy up to 40% discount on our wide range of premium electronics and home appliances. From smartphones and accessories, CCTV cameras, laptops, air conditioners, washing machines, smart TVs, microwaves, blenders, refrigerators, gas and electric stoves, CCTV cameras, and many more. Visit any of our retail shops nationwide or shop seamlessly from our Franco Trading app available on Google Play Store or Apple App Store. Don't miss out on a Black Friday deal. Exceptional products, unbeatable prices, trusted service. Franco, the home of quality electronics and home appliances.
Dear Santa, all I want this holiday
is special family time.
Whenever you come around family, you can find love.
To go on an adventure.
Tickets to every game.
Some giggles.
And a puppy.
Let's go!
Yippee!
This holiday, simply stay connected and get all you want on DSTV, your home of entertainment.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm
the second coming.
Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswati. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late, of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. You go give me the luckiest. Coffee from Georgia be luckiest. From not the pure cause she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest. Everybody go be the luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God the apple boom. If you put it toye, so would the coming of the son of man be. Is that his car?
Ha! Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, mommy, simple direction. Mr. Goodluck no check me way.
Yeah,
man.
Easy car. Or dial star 712 hash. The devil is a liar. He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
How much birthday?
Oh, how romantic.
And he followed the prompts. Yes. And then boom. Confirmation test.
One quick, pick 5 numbers for Milky. I'm feeling like serving.
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the
You see how they love you now?
Yo, do you have family payment? Before December, maybe release a motivational album. Patapa, my super.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Good morning and welcome to your favorite weekday TV show. We call this Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV. My name is Jude Duncan. You can find me on social media using the handle @MentorDuncan across all platforms. Of course, What are the adjectives I used for you the last time? Has that thing changed much?
I don't know. Tell me.
Lovely, bubbly, jolly,
bubbly. That's
amazing,
the word.
you know.
Yes.
No, she's a lot of things in one.
Yes, a lot of energy.
Yeah. How you doing?
I'm fine. My
How's
name
your
is Chris
weekend?
Carter, guys.
No, they know your name already.
Right. How was my weekend?
Yeah.
It was it was busy on Saturday and it was relaxed on
Saturday. You were busy.
Not too busy, but you know.
You had rounds.
Some small rounds. The gym.
Then Sunday, do you go to church?
Yes.
Then from the church, fufu or mutu?
No, I sleep.
You slept?
Yeah, I sleep a lot.
It's good.
I sleep a lot. Yeah, I'm one of those people that what do you really love in life? Sleep.
I feel you.
Yeah, I sleep. Hey, like if we get into a Guinness world record
on sleep
thingy right now,
you win.
Oh, and I rep Channel 1.
When you're tired, you sleep. When you're angry, you sleep.
I sleep.
When you're hungry, you sleep. Anything sleep. So sleep is the antidote to everything.
For me.
Guys, tell me about you. How did your weekend go? What's up with you? We'd love to hear from you. You can do so via the WhatsApp number on the screen. Of course, use the hashtag Breakfast Daily. Today, what we'll do is that we'll give preference to those who use the hashtag Breakfast Daily, particularly on X and across social media platforms. We'll be glad to read it for you. But it's important to remind you that the biggest food fair is happening.
It's Agri-Fair, actually.
This is the week. So food, because you can come and buy food stuff there.
Yeah.
But basically, it's an agri-fair where everything agri-related, agri-business, so from livestock to farm produce and even equipment, tools, needed on the farm. You can find all of that and more at the Agri-Fair.
Right, and also don't forget the catchy one there, the training clinics for those who want to get into fish farming, poultry, piggery, and snail farming. So you can all be there at the Agri-Fair that's going to be happening at the Ifwa Sutherland Children's Park from the 28th to the 30th November 2025. And it starts 10 p.m. each day to 6 p.m. 10 a.m. each day to 6 p.m. You definitely do not want to miss this. So apart from buying, you are also learning. And what's important about this whole training clinic is that you can be someone who is interested in having a side hustle or want to start something new in the agricultural sector and you do not know how to go about it, especially when it comes to fish farming, snail farming, poultry, and piggery. This is the best place for you to learn and get trained on how to get started and how to excel in any of the businesses. Remember to call the number 0558 973 973 to register. 0558 973 973 to register. So it's all roads leads to the Ifwa Sutherland Children's Park from this Friday. So it's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
What are you looking forward to, buying the most at the fair?
Me, I am into backyard farming. So I like my herbs. I like to buy seeds.
The herbs, you have to
Oh no!
You have to be specific. Yeah, because
I like my cooking herbs, like the rosemary, the thyme,
cooking herbs.
Yeah, the coriander, the parsley, the dill, and all that.
So you grow all of that in Ghana?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So they brought some last time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So I just can't wait to add more to it because we eat a lot in my house. So. It's going down.
It's going down.
So we need to buy new ones so the old ones can grow.
Have you ever read livestock or animals before? Like
no.
Crab? Do you read? No, you don't read frogs.
No.
You can't read frogs.
No.
Livestock, have you done?
No. I don't. I have pets.
Yeah.
So I don't want to eat.
When we were very young, we had a crab base. So we were rearing crabs. That was a fun experience because sometimes you go there and go and feed them, you throw your cabbage to them and stuff like that. I don't even know what became of that.
You ate it?
Probably.
You ate all?
One time I probably...
And all the okra soup?
I came back from school and it wasn't there anymore, but it was it was a good time.
It wasn't there anymore, but it was in your food?
Maybe. I don't remember. I said many years ago. Anyway, guys, so the Agri-Fair is happening. It's big, it's better. Like I always say, 2.0. It means that we are making the experience even much better for you. So you don't want to miss out on this happening, like Chris said, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Also important, we bring to you by way of information is that the Channel One News app is live and active. You know, it's active, guys. It's active. So all you need to do is to go onto your Google Play Store, type in Channel One News. You'd see the app there. You click on install. It will begin to download, and you're good to go. So videos, infographics, big stories, everything news related. Of course, if you need details on some of the amazing events we have here at Channel One TV City FM, this is the platform that has got you covered. It's basically a one-stop shop for everything news related, everything events related, everything information and education related, right? So guys, you need to know, you know what to do when you want all of your news on your phone on an app, right? So download it and let's get interactive.
Right. So we actually have something here. So are you a dancer with fire in your feet? Are you a poet with those words that hit deep? Are you a rapper with unstoppable bars? Do you just have any sort of talents that you want the world to know? Get ready because something is coming up.
Yeah, tell me.
But it's not for you.
No, I'm a rapper with bars.
Okay. Give me some bars.
My name is Jude Duncan. I come from North K. All that I want to do is to be a top don, you know.
Oh no, you
I
lost
come
it.
from listen to me. You know, listen to me. Don't judge while I'm in the play. You judge after. No, I even rap again.
Anyway, so if you're a rapper, if you're a poet, or you're a singer, or you're a dancer, and you have like a talent that you actually want the world to know about, something exciting is coming up. It's called the Arena. The Arena is calling you right now. It's calling you right now to make yourself available, and you know, by calling the number or sending a WhatsApp to the number 054-8406-650, 054-8406-650 to actually book a slot. I mean, you do not want to hide your talent, and you don't know what is coming up. So if you know you have this talent, better reach out to these numbers, because we are going to be creating a platform for you to show the world your talent. And you never know who's watching, and you never know who can take you to the next level, because this is one level, the Arena is one level, but the next level could just be after the Arena. So do well to call or send your WhatsApp to the number 054-8406-650, 054-8406-650. Book a slot now.
They should pick me as a brand ambassador for their dance tutorials.
Oh yeah, let's go.
No,
give me some steps.
You have to pay to see me dance. No share.
Oh!
We are very serious nowadays. Anyway, guys, so that's it. It's important to remind you and also show appreciation to all of our amazing sponsors who've held us down for the Agri Fair, which is happening on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You have the IDH, you have the Horticulture Business Platform. There's also the Development Bank Ghana Legacy Crop Improvement Center is also there. GESAL is there. Ghana Exim Bank. We are so grateful, so grateful to you. And of course, Agri Impact Limited, and to our amazing partner, William Ghana, for believing in the dream and fueling the vision. You know, like, Chris, it takes a lot for somebody to say, we are going to support this, right? So they believe in the dream, and they are helping in fueling the vision. And for me, I'm so happy because, like we said, it's not only because we want people to come and shop and have a great festive period. It's also aimed to strategically, you know, reposition our economy. We are so import dependent at the point we're producing or importing toothpicks into this country. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
You know, so the point is that we want to give that capacity to the local farmer to start rubbing shoulders with the very best. And I'm saying that, see, I dare say that Ghana rice is as good as any other rice, if not better. You know, but for some reason, which you know is also systemic in terms of the challenges they face, access to capital, you know, and issues around just funding, right? It's been difficult for them to also take advantage of these opportunities. So this is the platform for them. And you need to support them with our chest out, like Fuvim, right behind them.
True. And finally, another reminder, on the 24th of December.
Charlie, tell me about it. I need a bell. I saw this conversation. You need to ring the bell. You need to ring the bell on the show.
On the 24th of December is the Situation All White Party, and it's coming up again. It's another year, and this year it's all about, us having a good time, and it's going to be at the Good Park, the Accra Mall Good Park. So if you don't know where the Good Park is, it's actually at Accra Mall or beside Accra Mall, depending on where you're coming from. If you're coming from Accra Mall itself, the main entrance is just at the car park there. And if you're coming from the Spintex Road, is just before Accra Mall. You don't want to miss this. I mean, we've worked so hard throughout the year, and it's just time for us to let our hair loose, be happy, thank God for everything that we've gone through, our strength and all that together. We just want to say thank you, God, and also have a good time by wrapping it up with the Situation All White Party. And as you can see, we have Kofi Kinata, who's going to be joining us. We also have Perez Music and also Aquaba Music. It's on the 24th of December. 2025, and the gates open at 8 p.m. and it's at the Good Park. If you want to call for reservations, call the number 0205-973-973, 0205-973-973. And this is brought to you by Channel 1 TV and City 97.3 FM.
What's your favorite experience from last year's Situation All White Party?
What's my favorite? Well, we're always there to serve. So, but I love people being happy. I enjoyed the way people were happy, dancing, and excited about the whole performances. And I also think the performances were electrifying. Yes, the performances were very electrifying, and the way people sing along and dance along, it just feels like, everyone is having a good time.
Yeah. I mean, I want to just urge, if you're watching right now, you have a friend group, you want to come as a family, you want to come as an old students association, just come and buy a table, right, and have a great time at the Situation 2025 All White Party. The experience is always better, right? So if you've been to previous editions, you know how we do it. So imagine an enhanced experience, and that's all what this is about. So shout outs to our sponsors, EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. Bethel Logistics is also there, supporting us, and of course Hallmark Cafe. Yeah. Right.
So let's get it straight into
it. Have you eaten Hallmark Cafe's jollof before?
Yes, I have.
What was the experience like?
Hi, God. I was going to speak Chi, but
exactly the point. So it's only Hallmark Cafe that can get Chris. Charlie, guys, you know what to do.
Anyway. Papa. Papa.
Don't do this, Chris. Anyway, guys, yeah, so...
very delicious. Very sumptuous.
Very sumptuous.
Missy! Oh, let me not continue.
Anyway, guys, so that's it by way of information. Chris?
Yeah. So let's get into the trends. And the trends is everything that people are talking about on social media, what is making people buzz on social media, and what is keeping us on our feet when it comes to social media. And the social media platforms are usually X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, wherever that you feel comfortable, in using. Now it's time for us to get into that. And, well, I started yesterday or 2 days ago. Shatta Wale is in the trends again. And why did you hiss?
Sometimes when you want to talk about Shatta Wale, you need to be very politically correct, right?
Right.
Yeah, but it's part of his persona now.
Yeah.
He dominates headlines. But what was he saying? Is it the issue with the...
Right. So presenter and social media personality known as Highest Eri is in the news this time around with Shatta Wale after the dancehall artist Shatta Wale actually called her out on social media. He didn't just call her out, but he rained a lot of insults on her. The lady was actually hired by Ghanaian rapper Medical as part of his PR team. But Shatawale mentioned his aversion to the move made by Medical due to the comments made by this lady, Highest Airy, on one of the social media shows that she usually speaks on. So there are videos of Highest Airy delivering her take on Medical and Shatawale himself, and this has been actually making rounds on X. So one of the videos is actually what have angered Shatawale, and it pushed him to say a lot of things that he's not supposed to say, and also pushed him to push his fans to attack her on social media. And since then, she has allegedly quit the job due to the tension and confusion that actually occurred, and this job only lasted for 24 hours. And
she's quit the job.
Yeah, she actually announced that she's quit. It's only like, and it just happened for.
Was it as a result of like pressure from?
Well, the insults were a lot.
But that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's cyberbullying. Let's call it what it is.
It doesn't also constitute. Anyway, so do we know the reasons why she quit her job? Did she state it in her resignation?
No, she didn't state it in her resignation, but from the pressure that came from all the insults, obviously, will make you understand. And also from what Shatawale had said to Medical, obviously, that would actually make you quit, because he said that if you were my friend and if you respect me and everything, you wouldn't have hired this person, especially for what she has said about us. Do you understand? But anyway, there's a video of...
Does it reek mansplaining, right? Where it's like men want to, you know, over-dominate, if there's a word like that, and also dictate to people, especially women, what to do. Do you get a sense that it constitutes that? Looking at the kind of back and forth that happened.
Looking at the back and forth of what happened, I wouldn't call it mansplaining, because he has a right to be angry, but at the same time, there's a bit of misogyny there, in the sense that he said some things that he was not supposed to have said. Maybe if you thought that in that manner, you should have kept it in your mind. He said, if she's going to work for Medical, right? I'm trying to choose my words right, because this is morning TV and this is not like your regular entertainment show. If she's going to work for him, if she's going to work for Medical, then she would have to perform a sexual act on him, a certain sexual act.
Who said
on
that?
Him. Shatawale.
But then that's very misogynistic.
Yes, so that's a very misogynistic thing to say.
And we need to condemn that.
Yes, so that's my problem in this whole thing, because you didn't just...
Yeah, sure he said that.
Yes.
Where did he say that?
He said it on the live...
Oh no, but that's so wrong.
So, but we're not going to play it here. Like I said, it's morning TV.
In a week where we are talking about all that there is with regards to domestic violence, gender-based violence.
Yeah.
Look at the issues in South Africa, for example. I think it's a very irresponsible thing to have said.
It's very irresponsible to say, especially for the fact that he's a personality that everybody looks up to. So for you to say that you are undermining the woman, you are belittling a woman, you are being misogynistic towards a woman, and also you have given the energy and fueled for your fans to go out there and insult her, and that is exactly what they did.
You know, sometimes he's really like the dancehall king. Other times he's just completely something else.
And the funny thing is, it's ironic that we are discussing this, because this year's 16 days of activism against sexual and gender-based violence theme is end. And is it like, what's the internet called? It's something that has to do with the internet. Yeah, and online violence. Yeah, and online violence against women. And this is actually online violence because it's cyberbullying. This is definitely cyberbullying.
I mean, we call on his team, Sami Barflex, to really come out and, you know, clarify the issues, because clearly not a good look at all on a man who you can say is a role model to quite a number of people, right? So we expect some standards and a high level of, you know, responsibility. You don't go around, you know, mansplaining and also, you know, doing certain things like that in the name of online banter or whatever. Yeah. But anyway, what else is trending?
No, but we have a video on that, a video that caused the whole brouhaha. So let's check out the video and then we'll check what's trending or some of the messages.
Wait. Someone actually collapsed because of Kimpalu.
Yeah.
Where? Oh, I'll go find the video. Somebody collapsed going sick in Paluta.
No,
Is
in Ghana?
Yeah, in Ghana. Oh. So Shatawale won't say, why do you use Michael Jackson when I have Kim Paluta here?
13th December. We are active.
It's family. You know, this be our one movement. We make I explain something to you. One movement, even Yama, then it make nice, then it polish, then they refine them. We did like good. So you see all some of you where they get pissed, you know, the girl insult. Don't worry, Saturday. But I said the good life, no I say they life. That's what I can read. Like this message, I go give them for that.
Yeah, welcome back. I'm honestly not really sure what is going on there. I've not really followed the space, but clearly, having read some of the commentary behind this, having read some of the things that have been said, clearly we need to do much better. I feel like persons with some voice or a voice in the entertainment or a platform as huge as you know what we see from some of our celebrities and entertainers, right? We should put them to some standards, right? And it is not okay for them to make comments and assume that they said it in jest, because they control and influence huge number of people, right? So for me, I'm disappointed, but hey, this is where I expect that his management team come in. I mean, they have some of the best hands who've done media before. They understand the effects of words like these, you know, so I'm expecting much better from them.
Right. We're all expecting much better.
Some tweets are coming in on this particular story. So William Success tweets and says, if I were Erica, I would just thank Medical for the opportunity, but reject it because the noise is too much. Can't people express themselves? That's a big question from Willie Success. Moving on, Big Stormzy tweets and says that, oh, Shatawale carried this whole area issue to another level. Absolutely so, and unfortunately. Hits Blunt with the handle at mflex_Joe says, it be set up, then see say the girl know the pet, so they won't humiliate him. Either she go resign or then go find reason commot him. Yeah. Gabi Tuntun tweets and also said it was a setup and the lady fell for it. I wouldn't be surprised if MDK ended up sleep. No, I'm not really sure about that. We can't read that. Indian Laziz also said at this point, if the girl continues to work for BYK, and BYK is Medical's brand name, right? Okay, so I understand it's beyond control. But control is not K, it is C. It's not my matter. So the tweet says that at this point, if the girl continues to work for BYK, her own friends go disown her. Yeah, I mean, why you work with a team that doesn't respect you? Anyway, Beard on God, his name is Nana, also says, this is the Wale I always love. Exactly why we need to disabuse people's minds of what their standards are, you know, whatever. Yeah, so this we are being told is that the letter on your screen right now is her announcement or her appointment letters, public relations officer for the Artist Medical's movement. I've seen quite a number of the Twitter boys also giving roles within the space, and there's a background. So I think she holds a diploma in TV and radio presentation from the Multimedia Institute, and she's also worked with NEAT FM, Toad, and Adom TV, and she's currently a podcaster with Kojo Sheldon Studios. So she has some bit of experience, right, within the space to do this. So it comes to me as a shock why all of a sudden we are reading very misogynistic comments, and we are seeing comments around how she ought to have done certain things to get certain things. It doesn't make sense at all. And like Chris, you said, we call on these persons to be a bit more responsible in their public utterances and commentary on some of these issues. I was following the issue in South Africa, right, Chris? And I'm being told that it's been declared and I'm referring to issues around gender-based violence, femicides, and what have you, that has caused series of protests in South Africa. The government came out to say that they were characterizing all of those issues as a national crisis. And even with that, right, it's supposed to have been seen as a big win for the movement, right? But even with that, we are being told by the leaders of the protest that it comes across as very performative because the South African government is trying to silence them to also, you know, reduce the impact of their protest. Mind you, the G20 is happening. It's the biggest economy in the world are all meeting. So it doesn't get bigger than that. So to protest and sometimes even, you know, somewhat disrupt some of the side meetings in the name of sending out their messages and their grievances, it tells you that people are fed up. And even here in Ghana, on the back of, I can recall at least in the last 2 or 3 weeks, 3 or 4 instances where we've seen serious level of abuse and sometimes physical violence resulting into hate on women. So we saw the story in somewhere in Wija where a man just beat to death the 9-year-old daughter. What's her reason? She ate food belonging to a sibling. Like, are you serious? Like, how? Then, of course, last week, by this time, we were discussing the man many have described as an idiot, rightly so, who was beating his wife naked, and he took a tenant to video it for the video to go viral before law enforcement would act. Mind you, this lady had reported on many instances to the police. Nothing happened. There was another story on how a woman also, you know, it's difficult to talk about. So if you see somebody with a following like this who should know better, right, now resort to some of these things, it makes, you know,
I like the way you
difficult.
said who should know better. It's come to my understanding that at the end of the day, a lot of people don't know better. Even the people that are supposed to be making the rules for us don't know. Even the people that we're supposed to be running to, they don't know. And I understand why the South Africans say it's a bit performative, because the call for this has been happening for over 7 years.
Wow.
For 7 years now, they always hit the streets. But because it's the G20 that it's happening, that's why it's getting the buzz is getting right now. That's why the government have come to say, oh, okay, it's a national crisis. But it has always been a national crisis. South Africans have always been dying. Their women have always been dying. Like, there's always been femicide since a long time ago. Do you understand? So yeah, I like the fact that we're talking about this, but it just shows that the people that you think should know better are not even educated to understand.
Is there a policy problem?
It's not just a policy problem.
Or an education problem?
It's an education problem.
From basic or where do you feel like we should spend more time highlighting these issues? Because I think in basic schools, they study about some of these things, domestic violence, but it's got to be more pronounced at a certain level within the education structure.
In basic schools, they study about these things, but they don't even study about it in the right way. Let me give you an example. There's a book that the GES has signed off for students to use at, that was like 4 years ago. And my son had that book, and we were using it in class. And the content in the book, he showed me, because he knows I'm very vocal with these things, and we talk about these things. You know, I talk to him on how to behave with women, you know, about consent and all that. Even though he was a kid, it's supposed to be taught. So he brought the book, and then in the book there was a page that they talked about a girl's dressing. If a girl dresses a certain way, this is book for children in what was it?
So they're saying that the way the girl dresses makes her liable.
Exactly, that if you dress like if you wear shorts, that, you know, anything can happen to you. You are not teaching people not to touch people. You are teaching people to beware. Like,
you know, and it's disappointing because we've read stories about how babies have been raped.
Exactly.
So are you telling me that the babies were exposed? Or
that's what I think.
Wow.
You know, so when people talk about the women's dressing, this and that, the way you're behaving, people are going to do stuff to you, why are you not more concerned? Why are you not concerned about people touching people? Why are you not concerned about teaching people not to touch people?
Boafo has been raising very serious issues with It's the kind of publishers we have in this country.
It's bad.
And the kind of things they put in our textbooks, especially
and
for
the textbooks,
kids.
And the textbooks
So I don't even think you can use the show
system.
to... Yeah, because you don't
enter
do
the system.
the necessary hard work and research on, explain. And also because, like you rightly said, we don't understand some of these concepts. And we've moved beyond the very historical and traditional approach to some of these things, right? Sometimes, and it's also important to know that some of these things are also cultural. But we've also come to know that sometimes culture can be very regressive, right? So if you identify something that appears to be cultural or traditional and it is not progressive or in the face of modern education and insights and research, it's proven not to be useful. We should be able to set it aside.
And I think culture has also been used to control certain group of people.
And inhibit, so it's a bigger problem than we sometimes want to see it as. But you're right, I think our educational structure needs to change.
It needs to
the
change.
content in our textbooks don't make any sense. I think that policy makers, right? So of course, those who make the law, legislature, they need to be doing more. But those who are forming the policy, and that's why I have serious issues with the Ministry of Gender and Social Protection. Because, see, it's been 1 week since the lady who was stripped naked and abused by the husband came to national prominence. And we are being told that the lady had reported this issue to law enforcement on many occasions. By now, what I expected the ministry to do is that, see, they trace every single time the lady reported to the police and look at the official response from the police. And, based on that, begin conversations around how do we make this a more effective. And we've said, see, Dofsu is dead.
To talk about Dofsu, I recently had an interview with someone in Dofsu, and then she talked about all the good things that Dofsu is doing, all the good things. But when you sort of like put in, but people say this not working, no, they shut it down, they sweep it under the carpet. So someone sent me the video of this woman that we're talking about that had gone to report to the police and asked me, Chris, after that interview that you did with Dofsu, is this the same thing that Dofsu did to the lady? Like, did they really take care of the lady? Because they said they've been taking care of people. I said, no. She said, you see, because that's the rot in that system. There's a serious rot in the system. They do not want to talk about things not being done right. And when you bring it up, it's swept under the carpet.
By the way, so our viewers, so Dofsu is Domestic Violence and Victim Support Unit. It usually used to be a unit on its own. Then I think at the point they were under the police. Now we don't even know because they are not even telling us anything. So that is even the problem. The fact that we can't even tell if it's like fully running and all of that. So
it is running.
So they need to be doing more.
It is running, but I think all the nice things, all the nice things that Dofsu talk about only happens at the head office.
At their office, and it ends there.
At the head office. Not at their office. Not when I say their office, not their office in any of these Tesano or Weja. No, their head office.
Yes,
all the nice things. We have this. We have this.
On Friday, right? I interviewed the rent control head of communication. You get the sense that they understand the issues. They understand the enormity of the tax, right? They understand the demand. But another side of the coin is because those who prepare the budget, and I'm referring to Mr. Government, they don't consider them a necessity. So they don't give them the necessary resources, or let me say money, to fund the operation and their work. So yes, it can be there in name. They can want to do the job, but they don't have what it takes. So we can criticize them for all we want. And again, the other side of the point is that we've seen people go into government institutions that had been completely run down. But through their ingenuity and their understanding of the role, they were able to revive it. Case in point, David Asante. He was at Ghana Publishing. The company was down, that we can say. We saw how he, and this was under MPP. So my point is that you can be appointed as Dofsu head. You don't necessarily have to depend on only government for your funding. There are so many NGOs. There are so many CSOs who have the funds, who are ready to support. So we should be doing more. Another thing, we make up, you see, it's a two-way thing. So I have to say here and say here. So I'm back to the policymaker again. They put square pegs in round holes. So when they win political power, they begin to just change everything.
And they just appoint wrong people.
Let me say that, you know.
They appoint wrong
so
people.
They
people
appoint somebody
nothing.
because the person supported a campaign.
Oh, Lord.
Not because the person is an activist or
Or
understand gender-related issues.
Lord.
So they are there, they are drawing salary, they sit in a V8, they sit in government bungalow, they draw big salary, they have great travel expense per diem, so they are happy. You know, so we need to, even if you are going to appoint political people into certain roles, you should look at their CV, look at their interest areas and put them there. See, we saw Nana Oyeleta in the previous government when she was gender minister. She's been one of the finest we've had in this country. You know, so the point is that the people are out there. We need to do well to look for them and give them these institutions to run. And I'm so sure it will become a success.
Right. But anyway, we can only talk about it, but the real change lies, you know, in the people that are supposed to handle some of these things. But whatever it is, we hope it gets to them and they start working towards making it a better world for women and girls in this country. Now, let's check out the video.
Is it Shatta Wale that made us go to that Charlie?
Let us check out the video of the day.
Charlie.
Will be on your right. In 20 meters, your destination will be on your right. In 20 meters, your destination will be on your right. In 20 meters, your destination will be on your right. In 20 meters, your destination will be on your right. In 20 meters, your destination will be on your right. Destination will be on your right. In 20 meters, your destination will be on your right. In 20 meters, your destination will be on your right. In 20 meters, your destination will be on your right. In 20 meters, your destination will be on your right. In 20 meters, your destination will be on your right.
Chris, I was going to say that I will not tolerate any Google Map slander. I will not tolerate, and maybe credit to her. She's today. We'll let it. Yeah. We'll let it. But you know, the point is that I think Google Map is like the top 3 greatest inventions of
in the
all
world.
Time. And so we will not tolerate any Google Map slander at all. You know, except that sometimes it's some way.
No, I think except that sometimes the city is not planned well.
That is true.
Because Google can see that there's road here.
But you pass the
but you go
somebody's kitchen. You go enter, someone is doing a bank crime. You know, I remember one time.
So I think Google is right, but it's just that the city is not planned well.
You know, one time in Accra Academy, you know, a group of boys, I wasn't part of them anyway. They scaled the wall, so like they break bounce, as we call it. Then they go to town, go and do what they want to do, buy food, like that kind of thing. Then one time, there's a certain portion, Bubuashi. You should check out Bubuashi. So one time, they scaled the wall, and there's a particular place you need to scale to get on the road. So I think they miscalculated it, went a few further meters, and they scaled the wall, and they were in someone's kitchen, and they poured the person's soup away. It was the funniest thing on campus. So the women, they were so angry, like their meat, their crab, everything is. Then they just held the boys and they brought all over themselves, and they brought them to the school. It was. So yeah, sometimes you have to credit Google Map, but more often than not, I think it is a great resource. I don't even remember how we used to travel before Google Map.
Take your left. Yes. When you read the junction, you see that woman selling orange.
There you go. The woman is selling apple. They are confused. You know, it was. But for some reason, we're getting it.
Yeah, we're getting it.
You know, so we've evolved. We've evolved. Wow.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, so that's the video of the day, just to put smiles on your faces before we get into the other of the day. So we'll be right back after this break.
You get bad mind, no be say you be baddest. Come on, what tell
Rubia, say dear, if you see Kona Nimi Yankasa, Enti, Kanena near Bosili, Madame Yashan, Nina, Akem, a Nasboy Enterprise. As a been control say, what's you fear ye? We hear POP ceiling papa, with many design, plasterboard installation, TV unit design, a Cassian Ketua, and a talent a Hudwina, or Bekeni needs at the amount. Afi, was sounds you painting, into a damn be a was here, who fret a Nasboy Enterprise. You will paint in the comma at the amount. Afi, window designs be. Yɛni nyina bi ebia na wodwen sɛ wobesi fie na fie na wobesi no so no wo hia de so bi mada Anasboy Enterprise SCT say residential and commercial construction afei we renovation and remodeling surveying bi a open no obey kama e de amount afei architectural design say ko twi ko brema bae and drawing plans obey ne neat e de amount menua barema ma me kan for Anasboy Enterprise and for more e say wonim de na ne nsa no ye fe come on enti sa open ne mama boboso nyina ejuma dia hwehwe Anasboy Enterprise no twa needs located Anasboy Enterprise our Tantra Hill Amasaman and Ablikuma Canada Junction so open shimwa Fred 034-611-3461 Anasboy Enterprise Woodimte Ankasa.
Attention all State Housing Company Limited homeowners, landowners and clients. From November 3rd to December 31st, 2025, the State Housing Company Limited is giving you a 15% discount on all outstanding payments.
Oh yes, pay less on your ground rent, land regularization, lease renewals, consents to developer assigned and service charges, and secure your ownership today.
Visit any SHC office nationwide to make your payment in full to benefit from the 15% discount.
You can locate the State Housing Company Limited at Ring Road West, adjacent STC Yard and Accra Digital Center.
For more information, visit our website www.statehousing.gov.ga or call 0302-221-422 or 0552-725-656 or 0503-083-393. Remember, this offer ends December 31st, 2025. Don't wait, pay less today.
This is AFCON, my friend. Everything is a competition. Everything.
Join our family for AFCON Morocco 2025 from 21 December to 18 January. Available on DSTV and GoTV.
His uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame? As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa dear. Why wouldn't he be late? Obey him later.
Of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. Yeah, you go be the luckiest. Coffee from Georgia be luckiest. From Latepia, cause she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter what you're luckiest. Everybody go be the luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Senya God the apple boom. If you put it toye, so would the coming of the son of man be. Is that his car?
Ha! Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, mommy, a simple dilation. Mr. Good Luck no chemi way.
Yeah, man. Easy kwa. Or dial star 712 hash.
The devil is a liar.
He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
I'm his baby.
Oh, how romantic.
And he followed the prompts. Yes. And then boom. Confirmation test.
One quick, pick 5 numbers for me, okay? I'm feeling like 7.
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompt and let destiny handle the
You see how they love you now?
Yo, baby, our family payment seminar. Before December, may release a motivational album. Patapa, my super.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Welcome back. This is Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV. My name is Jude Duncan. I'm here with Chris Carter. Just gone by, we brought you our trending segment, which rather, was later dominated by issues around gender-based violence, domestic violence, and the need for us to do better collectively as a people. Moving on from that discussion, we have for you another rather distressing concern, because in the Ketu South district here in Ghana, it's really difficult for young people to access quality education. Why is this so? Because for classrooms meant for 30 to 40 people, now you are seeing in excess of 100 people try to fit in, and it's made everything much, much difficult for the school and for everyone else, and it's raised concerns about decent quality tuition in the area. We'll take a look at this report. When we're back, we'll bring you the insights and some analysis on this.
The Avoeme Basic School in the Ketu South municipality is grappling with severe congestion as classrooms built to accommodate a maximum of 40 to 50 pupils now hold close to 100 learners. The situation has left both students and teachers struggling to cope. A Channel 1 news visit during instructional hours revealed classrooms packed to capacity, with pupils squeezed together and teachers barely able to navigate the narrow walkways to monitor lessons effectively. Many pupils say the congestion affects their concentration and overall performance. For Deborah Alaglo, class prefect of JHS 2A, the daily experience is unbearable. She says the lack of space makes learning uncomfortable and sometimes chaotic.
We are plenty in the class, and the people, our students are talking. We want to finish the class so that we can move some of our face to the so that the learning can be easy for us to.
Beyond overcrowding, the school faces an even more pressing challenge. The school's 12-unit one-story classroom block, which began years ago, remains uncompleted. Several pillars have weakened over time, leaving the structure unstable and raising concerns about the safety of learners and staff who rely heavily on the available but limited space. Some students who also spoke to Channel 1 News called for immediate intervention, noting that the worsening condition make learning increasingly difficult.
We don't know if the teacher is teaching, we don't understand the teaching. We are plenty, and youth can go into the class. We want fun. We want the roofers. We have the government to complete. They are very plenty in the class, so we wanted the building to be completed fast so that our classes will be. The learning in the class will be very easy and faster for us to learn.
Headmaster of the school, William Katameni, says completing the stalled project is the only sustainable solution, stressing that the new block will significantly ease congestion and improve academic outcomes across all levels of the school.
This we are facing that the schools are overcrowded in the classroom. It affects teaching and learning in the school. So we appeal to the GS to come to our intervention. The 6-unit classroom is completed. It will help us for effective teaching and learning to do more in the school, and to help the students and the teachers too.
In an attempt to tackle the long-standing challenge, Member of Parliament for Ketu South, Abla Jifagumashi, has cast forth for the continuation of the project. She reaffirmed her commitment to improving educational infrastructure and expressed confidence that the completion of the new block will drastically reduce the burden on overcrowded classrooms.
Once I became a Member of Parliament, I decided to save one third of whatever money I get from the GET fund, from the Common Fund, to continue on the project that was started by my predecessor here as a sitting MP, to continue with the projects that have stalled. And I'm hoping that will ease the pressure on the classroom. Some classrooms have over 100 over 100 students in a classroom. I mean, really, what kind of teaching can go on in that environment? So it's a headache that we've carried for a long time, and I thank God for the opportunity to do something about it.
Addressing allegations surrounding the 90,000 Ghana cedi received from the National Lottery Authority, the MP clarified that she did not use a dime for personal benefits. She stated that the funds were used to remodel the Anuenu Health Center and other facilities, equipping them to meet the reproductive health needs of residents.
So the report that I got 90,000 cedis and I've spent it cannot be true. They know what the structure was like. It was a one-room structure that we did. In fact, we took off the whole roof and rebuilt it again. So the 90,000 was not even enough to finish the project. So I took a little bit of my money again, that's for the NHIA, to top up, to be able to do the work that you see behind me.
So very, very serious concerns there. So aside the fact that there's congestion in the classrooms, we're also being told that projects have been stalled, and we saw the member of parliament in the area who doubles as the Minister for Tourism, Creative Arts and Culture, also tried to, in her own way as member of parliament, bring some relief to pupils in the school. We'll go over the phone line and speak to our Volta regional correspondent Desmond Selassie Ago, who is following this issue keenly and wants to share some insights with us on this matter. Desmond, good morning and welcome to Breakfast Daily.
Good morning, Jay.
Yes, so we know that the school in your report ordinarily should be seating between 40 and 50 people in a class, but now has to seat in excess of 100 people. Can you create a picture for us, right? The general conditions in the school. So beside the classrooms, there are washrooms. What's the state of affairs like in the school?
All right, thank you, Jude. So the 100 in the class is, in my own view, is the least. Meaning, we have in SS about 110 going in some classes, and this is just for a single class. So you can just imagine the congestion in the classroom. Even spacing for teachers to pass through when teaching is unavailable. They don't have that space, so they just have to stand in front, that's even in a little corner, before delivering their lessons to these students. And you could just imagine how many chairs or furniture will be in this very classroom. So even writing on the table is a difficulty for these children, because 4 or 5 people are cramped at a small space, and they are all putting their arms on the table to write. This person said, "You are disturbing me." This says, "You are disturbing me." Before you realize there's noise in the classroom, and this also brings about noise pollution, poor ventilation in the classroom. So, dude, this has been very dire. The construction of a new classroom block started some years ago, but it stalled. I'm told it stalled for about 15, 20 years now. But with the intervention of the MP, that's Abdullah Gumasi, he has come back now to reconstruct or continue the stalled project. So we are hoping that in 6 or 8 months later, the new building will be okay or will be completed, and students will be dispersed, or some will be transferred into the new classroom.
Interesting.
Aside that, at the primary level, the concern is coming gradually. The issue of the congestion is coming gradually. These areas don't really have enough land to build, so they are trying to raise the building, as in to build a story building. But this will take a lot of time, because the existing structures will have to be some will have to be closed down sometimes for the story building to be completed before the students come back. So this is all posing a challenge to the school and to the municipality, but we are just waiting to see what next will happen, so the students will have some relief in the class.
Interesting. I'm seeing the general conditions in the school, right? The exposed iron rods, the stored projects, and how the place looks bare. Will you even say the school as things stand now is a safe space? And I'm referring to the physical environment for children to even be around, you know, because you know that some of these kids during break time, they want to play, they want to jump around here. Will you say it's a safe space for them under the circumstances?
So Jude, there's no controlled area in the school where kids are not allowed to go. And you know, as children, they would like to climb the buildings, to see what's up there, to see themselves up high. So, and these structures have been started years ago. So they are now not too strong. They are not too solid. Some are falling. The rods, iron rods are brittle. Some are corroded. So playing on those roofs or the top of the building is a little difficult. So children are not allowed. Although there's not been any barricade or anything to prevent children from going there. They are not allowed to go. But you know, children as they are, they still flout some rules and go up there. So the person or the condition in the school is not too conducive for them. Even the classrooms that the kids are in are not properly are not in the right structure, because some of the windows are broken. There are no doors in some of the classes and the whole lot. So to a large extent, the school is not too safe for the kids. And with the completion of the project, we are hopeful, we are sure that the situation will change.
All right, so is this the only school in the area?
No, that's not the only school in the area, but that's one of the biggest in the municipality.
Right.
It's in Aflao itself, so it's one of the biggest public institutions in the municipality.
All right, so would you also say that this is how the other schools are in the same municipality? Are they also going through the same thing?
For the public schools, most of them are going through the same challenges. But for the private institutions, they are a little okay. And you see, the area, the Aflao area, is closer to the sea, and it's also closer to the lagoon. So we don't have much space to construct new buildings. If you have to construct new buildings, you have to go a little out of town, which is far. So imagine this case trekking all the way to these areas, how difficult it's going to be for them. So the little space they have, they are trying to make use of them to ensure that the proper structures are put in place for these children.
All right.
Interesting. Desmond, I also want you to, how many children are in the school generally, do you know?
We don't really know the total population, but for the JHS, if we are having about 110 in each class, then for the three classes, that's the Form 1, Form 2, and Form 3, we should be looking somewhere around 360 to 380 students. That's for the JHS.
The teachers over there speak to you on their difficulty when they have to teach a class of over 100 people, right? Did they speak to you on how this is affecting teaching and learning, the constraints they are facing generally in the school?
Yes, teachers said they are not too comfortable teaching in such a class. Assimilation becomes difficult for these children. One teacher teaching 100 people or 110 people, it's difficult to have focus or to get a focus of almost all children in the class. Also, earlier I mentioned about the spacing. At least when the teacher is teaching, they have to go around to look at what each child is doing. But realize the kids, because of the small spacing in the class, they are not able to go around to see what the students are doing. So a teacher might be doing his or her best, but the children sitting behind or sitting amongst them, their friends, will not be doing what the teacher is telling them to do. So at the end, it's affecting the overall performance of the school.
All right, so you talked about the overall performance of the school. The school compared to other schools, how are the grades of the children?
So the headmaster was telling me that their performance was dwindling. they used to record high marks against the DC, but for some time now, performances have been dropping. So this all boils down to the congestion or the high number of students in the school or in each class. So in the long run, it's affecting the overall performance in there.
All right, but do you have an idea why we have this congestion?
I can't really tell, but it might be due to the great population of the Ketu South municipality. For some time now, we've been recording some high numbers in the municipality. So this might be one of the results of that incident.
Right.
Thank you so much for your time, Desmond Selassie Agor, who is our Volta Regional correspondent, and also, took time to file this report on the congestion issues in the Ketu South district, where students are facing really difficult conditions to study. Chris, it brings me back to a point I've been rehashing on the show a lot around how free SHS indirectly has become, a problem.
Yeah.
It's great. The policy was well intended. The policy helped in increasing enrollment. People who ordinarily would have never seen a classroom or gone into senior high school got educated. So we are grateful for the leadership, the vision, and the idea behind free SHS. But indirectly, the high number of enrollment and what in some instances appeared to be the lack of proper planning and also implementation, the lapses in the implementation meant that government consistently was outspending its budget on free SHS and committed so much resources to free SHS, much to the neglect of basic, much to the neglect of basic and preschool education. Mind you, there are government schools there are government institutions that have like preschool facilities, right? And there's basic school. Then there's, of course, JHS, I think JSS and basic or Form 1, then SHS, right? So we put all the money there. Now, basic schools like the one in Ketu South, like the one in Kaneshi near my house, they call it Kingsway. We used to play football there, Charlie. That's why I got my name, not Kaneshi Garrett Bill, because I was so good at football. So all of those schools have been neglected because government doesn't have enough funds to cater for them. So 2025, we still hear about schools under trees. We still hear about 100 people in a class meant for 30 people because there's no money. And all of the implementation or all the money meant for some of these basic schools have been pushed
into something else.
And what this has caused is that we are seeing a high attrition rate in basic schools. So, for example, if you go up north in the northern regions as a standalone region, Upper East, Upper West, Savannah, out of every 10 children that sits for the BEC, only 3 make it to senior high school. That's serious. Whereas in further south, the country, it's the reverse.
Yes, the reverse.
So out of every 10, 7 will go on to make it to senior high school. In the north, it's 3. So we've neglected basic schools. In some areas in the northern region, the basic schools are so far apart the communities. Children have to walk for 2 hours. And I'm like, if we had strategically planned free SHS, we would have been able to look out for all of these loopholes and plan it in such a way that it would have been free, it would have been still free, accessible, and maybe more targeting could have been done. So those who really, really needed the free tuition could benefit. Because, Chris, what's the point? You pay, I don't want to mention the school of your child. But
yeah. Please don't.
Look at the school fees you were paying. Are you telling me that if you decided to take your child to Accra, which by the way is the best boys schools in the country you've ever seen, will you tell me that you couldn't have paid Accra school fees?
I would have.
One of the day students in Accra Academy, I was paying my fees was like 60 cedis. In fact, some of the work I did before entering school, I could have paid my own fees as a student in Accra Academy. So why should the Minister of Finance or Education, former Dr. Luchum, son or daughter go to school for free? It doesn't make any sense. Why should former Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta, son or daughter go to Achimota for free? It didn't make any sense.
Yeah, so it shouldn't have been an issue of equality, but an issue of equity instead.
So exactly, and there should be more means targeting. Means targeting in the sense that And you see, that is where the hard work is. They don't want to sit down and
one
look
wants
at
to
the
do the hard
data.
work,
You know,
yeah.
but the point is that sometimes people will take advantage of it. Fair. But that's why you need to build a robust system to plug all the loopholes. So the point should have been, okay, let's look at it. How many people are coming in from really poor households? And we know people who are like they are suffering, things are difficult. So for them, you can say, okay, you free SHS, right? But it shouldn't have been widespread.
True.
You know, so for me, indirectly, it is a resultant cause of all that we are seeing. So schools under trees because we don't have money for them. And even the free SHS, it's not like when we said free, we are giving them some lavish luxury.
Do you think it's only the free
They don't even have food
SHS?
to eat.
Do you think it's
But we are
only the free
committing a lot of money.
SHS that is the cause of all this? There could have just been a lack of interest.
See, I've listened, and this is not even entirely my argument. It is something I've heard very
Over and over
credible
again.
institutions like
Yeah.
Africa Education Watch. I've heard educationists also speak on this. Professor Ernest Aite, if you are saying, okay, me, Jude Duncan, I don't know as much in the education sector. I don't claim to be a know-it-all, right? If you are saying my views on it are suspect, fair enough. Professor Ernest Aite, you can't tell me that he's not a credible voice on education in this country. He's been former vice chancellor of the biggest university in this country. He's been ISE head, Institute of ISE. It's an economic based. You know, so he can't. I don't think he needs
can't make
back.
it up, yeah.
You know, so if you not take my view, you can't say Africa Education Watch is wrong. You can't tell me Professor Ernest Aite is wrong. You can't tell me Professor Steve Adai is wrong. All of these great guys, even Adai Mensah, you know, all of them are saying the same thing. So for me, I really wish the education minister is minded to say, guys, see, maybe we can't continue on this trajectory. But for political reasons, they won't touch it. That's the problem, you know. So anyway.
Well, I hope they're watching and then they find a solution to, you know, the problem of those children in those classes, because they actually deserve a good education as anyone else in this country. Anyway, let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we will be back with more.
This Christmas Eve, skip the ordinary and step into the extraordinary. Welcome to the Situation All White Party 2025, where the music never stops, the energy never drops, and the fun never ends. Celebrating grand style with great music, irresistible food, and an atmosphere that screams good vibes only. Date 24th December 2025. Venue Good Park near the Accra Mall. Time 8 p.m. till late. Dress code, it's an all-white affair. Get ready for electrifying live performances from Kofi Kinata, Kwabua, Perez Music, Inchin Chin Band, and DJ Mingle. Wear your best all-white fit, bring your dancing shoes, and let's light up the night together. Book your tables now. Call 0205-973-973. It's Christmas Eve. Don't miss it. Situation All White Party 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM, and it's proudly sponsored by EcoBank, Bethel Logistics, and Hallmark Cafe.
Mini baby,
Ghana, get ready! AgriFair 2025 is gonna be extraordinary this November. Fresh farm produce, fish, poultry, and livestock producers, this is your moment. Join us from Friday the 28th to Sunday the 30th of November 2025 at the Ifo Sutherland Children's Park from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Come get your fresh produce, livestock, aquaculture, agro-inputs, machinery, and innovative agri-tech solutions. Plus, don't miss our AgriFair clinics on snail farming, poultry farming, fish farming, and piggery. Call to register, but hurry. Registration closes on Friday, the 21st of November, 2025. Expect seasoned kebabs, farm-to-table deals, and a buzzing farmers market experience. Call 0558-973-973 to book a stand right now and also to register for the clinics.
I like pork, so I will take pork. The protein ratio is 11.5.
AgriFair 2025, where culture meets innovation.
I must commend CTFM and Channel 1 TV for putting this together. My only wish is that it's done, twice a month, 3 times a month.
I will say the fair has taken us beyond what we even imagined.
Really?
It has exposed us to the people of Accra.
The AgriFair 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 CDFM and is proudly sponsored by Horticulture Business Platform, Development Bank Ghana, Legacy Crop Improvement Center, Gersal, Ghana Exim Bank, and Agri Impact.
Hello everyone, you are welcome back. It's still Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV. Right now we're about to have a conversation. We've been talking to you about the AgriFair that's going to be happening this Friday, Saturday and Sunday. So we have one of the companies that are going to be representing there live, and they are actually BSF Technology, and also they are going to tell us all about what they are doing when it comes to the Be Best project. That's the IITA-led Be Best project. And in studio with me we have Maofekomi Agbojavu, who's the project manager of Be Best project, Mai Guri Satire, international consultant, Be Best project, and Dr. Enoch Selam Kofi Ofori, who's a senior research scientist at GAEC and BNARI. You are welcome. You're all welcome.
Thank you.
All right, so let's get straight into it. I'm just going to be starting with you, Mr. Maofekomi Agbojavu. What is the Be Best project all about?
First of all, thank you for inviting us into your studio. The Be Best project proposes an innovative technology that proposes an alternative way of supplying protein source for animal feed formulation. Right. So it's mostly all about having or proposing alternative protein, animal protein source for animal feed formulation.
All right, so what are some of the alternative proteins for the animal feed formulation?
Usually when we are formulating animal feed, we use soya bean and fish meal as protein source. But those protein sources are not always available. They are not cheap. So we believe that it is important to propose alternative source of protein to make it more available for users.
All right. So, May, what are some of the alternative feeds that we have or you have?
Yes, we produce an animal protein through the gut of an insect called the black soldier fly.
Black soldier
fly larva.
The larva.
And that is what we have in the bag on the table there.
So these are larvae of flies?
Yes, these are the larvae that we have been feeding with organic waste that we collect. We collect organic waste, we feed it to the larvae and they grow. And then we harvest the larva as you harvest other livestock. And also the byproduct is what comes out of the gut of the larva, and that is called frass. And that is a very potent organic fertilizer, particularly useful for vegetables.
Okay.
So these are the two products that we have. So the larva is an animal protein, an alternative to, for instance, fish meal and soy meal.
Fish meal?
Yeah, fish meal, but also soybean.
Oh, wow.
Because
wow.
the larva comes with protein and fat and some minerals.
Right, right. And the guts is used for the plants?
That's
the frass?
The frass, yeah. You know what comes out of a body after eating.
Wow. Okay, so Dr. Enoch, how important is this innovation when it comes to, you know, people needing feeds or you know, for their animals and maybe for their fertilizers for their plants?
Okay, thank you very much, and good morning to your viewers.
Thank you.
The question is right on spot. The technology that has turned out this has been tried and tested for a very long time. So economically, we are trying to empower our farmers, agripreneurs, and all those people so that they can be able to use this as an alternative source of income by creating jobs. Because producing this serves as job creation avenue for all those people that I've mentioned. Environmentally also, the frass that Dr. Meguri spoke about is a potent, rich organic biofertilizer. And what it does is it enriches the soil.
Right.
It also gives the soil additional nutrients. I remember some work that we did. The moisture content of the soil has been improved by the chitin that we found in the frass. So environmentally, it is sustainable. Apart from that, the processes that we use to produce this is we use organic waste that is so much abundant in our environment. About 60% to 65% of the waste in the environment consists of organic waste that this technology heavily depends on. So we remove a lot of this organic waste, which would have ended up on the landfill or even pose health hazards to people, but it has been used by the larvae, and then we are reducing it and turning it into a very useful product, which is the frass and then the black soldier fly larvae.
Right. So where do you get the black soldier fly?
So the black soldier fly, interesting enough, the part of the world in which we are, it exists over here, the tropical and the subtropical areas. So Ghana is situated within the subtropical and tropical areas of the world. And we have this in abundance. It's in our environment. It's only that we've not been paying particular attention to it.
So they're around us right now?
Yes, they are around. They like to habit where we have decaying organic substances.
So it's not like the normal fly that catches on a mango or stuff like that. Not that fly.
So this fly is completely a very friendly fly. It doesn't transmit diseases.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't cause any environmental havoc. It doesn't bite.
It doesn't do any of this, but
no.
but we kill them.
No, we are making use of it rather for our own livelihood enhancement also.
But what is the life cycle of the black soldier fly?
Okay, it is like any other insect. You know, you have the adults. They mate in something we call love cages, and then the female will lay eggs. Then we harvest the eggs, and we incubate the eggs on a special diet that is good for the very young, newborn, new hatch larvae. And then we transfer those young larvae into the organic waste that Salom was mentioning. They feed on it until they are mature, and then we harvest them. But a part of the larva, we allow it to pupate and become adults, so that we circulate those back into the love cages.
Right. That's interesting.
Yeah.
And research was also conducted to determine the optimum replacement for feeds for broiler, quails, like pigs and fish, and that's that. So have you seen the pigs eating it? Have you seen the the birds eating it? Like, do they enjoy it?
Yeah. So, like the conventional feed that we spoke about, the soybean and fish meal, they are the traditional sources of protein. This thing, for example, have been processed and the nutrient in it even compares with soya bean and then fish meal. So it is a very good source of protein for the animals that you have mentioned, because those animals require a certain amount of protein for them to be able to produce and then become what we use as meat or protein source for our own development and nutrition.
Wow, that's interesting.
But you know, if you would like to have evidence that animals like it, you can also give them as a treat. And they will choose this
you
one.
can use them as a treat.
You can also, because then you will really see that they enjoy it.
Really enjoy it.
Yes.
Yeah. So, Mr. Agbojavu, like, how did you people come up with this? You know, it's one fly, but out of the fly, you've created two things. You know, feed for animals and fish and all that, and you still have also created fertilizers for, you know, our plants and all that. Like, how did the idea come up? What research was put into this to, you know, show you that we can get this and we can get that, and it can all fit into this world?
Okay, you know, naturally, we all know that our birds love insects. You know, traditionally, even for when you have your chicken, you'll see them running after insects. It means that they are looking for protein source. Then research demonstrated that this particular species has a high content of protein, as Salem said it already. So that triggered this kind of research, which led us to this discovery, to know that this insect can be alternative source, protein source for animal feed formulation. And obviously, we have been using organic fertilizer. This just helps us to have more rich organic fertilizer, and it takes less time to be mature when you want to compost it.
Right. So is it produced here?
Yes.
Is it produced here?
Yes, in Ghana, yes. You know, this project has put up a rather large production facility in Kufisa community, where we are producing now larvae and frass, and the two products have been certified by the
authority.
Yes, the certification bodies in Ghana, and but you know, globally this is a very hot topic. All over the world, people are establishing commercial black soldier fly production units. Some are very big, some are very, very small. You know, just private, very small ones, and then you have like the medium scale. That we have here now in Ghana.
Is this the first of its kind in Ghana?
For the scale that we have, this is the first of its kind in Ghana. Even though people are doing small scale production at their own backyard to feed their animals. But the scale we have at Kofisa and Sawam is one of the biggest we have in the country.
Wow. Like, this whole thing is making me smile, because I'm amazed that there are a group of people that are out there chasing flies. Chasing flies. Wow.
Maybe you should visit our unit.
Maybe, just maybe. Maybe, because I'm so curious on how you go out there looking for these particular flies. I'm just so curious. But then again, it's also interesting to see that it produces things that can feed our animals. It produces things that can also feed the soil, and that helps in the agricultural cycle. So yeah, it's actually very interesting. But where can people find this product?
Yeah, we can as Meguru said it, we have a big facility at Usawa, Kofisa. So whenever you want to get those products, the dry larvae and the frass, you just reach us at Kofisa. We have a phone number, which is, if you allow me, I can give it. It is 0531 133 064. Then you are welcome. You'll be welcome and have your product.
Yeah. So, but you're going to be at the Agri Fair.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, going to be at the Agri Fair.
Yes.
So there are people that I'm sure that already have, farms, and also people that already rear some animals that might be needing this product. So we'll be very excited to see you at the Agri Fair. I'm very curious of what it looks like. Are you going to bring the the live flies?
Probably.
Yes.
Okay, so in most of our agri-fair exhibitions, we carry
the flies.
all the stages of the fly.
I think I've seen it before.
Yes.
Yeah.
And City TV have been so supportive.
Channel 1 TV.
Sorry, Channel 1 TV has been so supportive in driving this technology for some time over the years now.
And the big flies.
Yes.
Ooh, interesting. All right.
So you'll definitely find us at the agri-fair.
No problem. But thank you so much. It was really nice having this conversation with you. I mean, I am blown away because, yes, I've seen the flies before, but I was like, why flies? But now you've really broken it down to make me understand that, okay, these are not just ordinary flies, but these are flies that actually feed our plants and feed our animals at the same time. So when I see you chasing those flies, I'll know that you're doing something good.
Exactly.
All right, so we've been speaking to Mr. Maufe Komi Agbojavu, who's a project manager of BeBest Project, Meguri Satire, international consultant for BeBest Project, and Dr. Enoch Selam Kofi Ofori, who's a senior research scientist at GAEC and BNARY, and it's all about the IITA-led BeBest Project, and we clearly can see what these flies can produce. So it will be interesting to see them at the Agri-Fair. So if you're interested in anything they just talked about right now, if you're looking for other alternatives to feed your plants and to also feed your animals, they will be there at the Agri-Fair. So let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we have more for you on Agri-Fair.
Help me welcome Abeku, also known as KK, my sweetheart. How are you?
I'm fine.
You know, so when I met Abeku, he was still in school.
Yes.
Singing in the Legon Choir, acting small, school of performing arts, small. And now you've grown into this full-blown artist, Agushi cabbage stew.
Yes,
Where did this recipe come from?
I tranced and I was cooking. And I asked the angel beside me that, what am I cooking? They say, you are cooking Agushi cabbage stew. Hey! I was terrible. It's Agushi cabbage stew. Yes, I love meat a lot. I love meat, chicken. I don't know why. Even snake meat.
What kind of snake? Recently you got married. So how does Abakuma feel about that?
You know, Abakuma is a definition of witchcraft. Every day and every time in mind.
What's cooking? I see something like yamusukro.
What is that?
What's Cooking is brought to you by Genie Mayonnaise, Kivu Spices, and Lily Rice.
In a nation full of questions, where truth often hides behind noise, one show dares to ask what truly matters face to face. With fearless clarity and a quest for accountability, host Marusanda Amadou sits down with the movers and shakers of politics, governance, society, and business, confronting the issues that define our national conversation.
Party itself has said that whenever you are in opposition, you should choose flag bearers early.
So what you are trying to tell me is that you want somebody who is going out to come and select a leader for you. So the next person will come and say, but I didn't select him.
Direct victim of attack, violent attack.
Where and when?
The first one happened in Parliament. I was pregnant.
Now, for me, it was legitimized by a radio or TV station giving her a position to work.
So for you, take issue with GH1 and giving her the platform.
That is where the minority is. We are on them. We've asked questions.
President Mahama will be a mean president if he prioritizes only his children and DCP. He needs to demonstrate a Ghanaian government.
Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou on Face to Face as he digs deeper, challenges power, and reveals the stories shaping Ghana's future. Only on Channel One TV.
Welcome back. This is Breakfast Daily right here on Channel One TV. My name is Jude Duncan. From that exciting conversation with Chris and her guest, we'll take you straight to the northern region where we are being told that the court has ordered a rerun of the parliamentary election in the Pandai constituency. Now, this seat is currently being held by the MPP Member of Parliament, Martin Yindam, who also happens to serve on the Information and Communication Committee of Parliament. My correspondent, Shawana Yusuf, has been following the issues clearly, and she'll be joining us very shortly on all the fallout and insights on this particular case. But we've been also joined by a member of the NDC Legal and Communications team, Ni Papo Samoa Ado, who is legal representative for the person challenging the legitimacy of this seat, and that happens to be the MPP NDC Member of Parliament in the 2024 election. Now, we are being told that if you follow this case, you know that he challenged the legitimacy of the seat in December 29, 2024, and now the court has ruled on it. Counsel, good morning and welcome to Breakfast Daily.
Good morning to your listeners.
Yes, news coming in, and I'm sure you, being counsel for the plaintiff, you are satisfied with the ruling of the court. Can you give us a brief backstory to this case?
Okay, so I was in court. The judgment will be ready on Friday, but then the orders were made today. And we want to thank the court. I want to thank the legal team that I led, myself, Musa Mohammed, Eugene Aweti, George Kojo Adabaja. Yes, this was the legal team that I was honored to lead in this particular election petition. Now, the election petition was anchored basically on the premise of these facts. Now, after the election in the Pandai constituency at the police stations, there was a collation exercise that was to take place at the collation center. Now, every constituency has designated a collation center for the purposes of the parliamentary elections and even the presidential elections. Now, with respect to the parliamentary elections, on the onset of the collation exercise, there were disturbances. Now, you see, the collation center serves a couple of purposes, some of which include the ability of a candidate to challenge the results of any polling station and to even ask for a recount, including the verification of the biometric system, among others. So, when any issue happens at the collation center, at the police station, within the rules of the CI, it is made clear that when there's a disturbance at the police station, you can ask the proceedings can be adjourned to the next day or even adjourned by a week. And logic says that this will definitely apply in the situation where the same happens at the collation center because the rules are similar. Now, you had a rogue district election officer who decided that he was going to be biased and was effectively going to relocate and redesignate the collation center without notice to the NDC candidate. So the NDC candidate did not even know and was never made aware that there had been a relocation of the collation center to another place and therefore could not participate. The law is that the collation exercise must be done in the presence of the candidate unless they voluntarily decide not to be present. Now, if you didn't give the person notice, when you go ahead and take actions that affect his rights, you clearly breach his right to be heard. And so the petitioner mounted his petition that everything that had happened at the new collation center was an invalid exercise. And on the strength of even the fact that a lot of the biometric machines were destroyed, among others. But we are waiting for the full reasoning of the court. But that is the argument that
Interesting.
We took to the court, and the court upheld the argument. That's clearly on the strength of the evidence that we had produced before the court. And what was even more outrageous was you had the district election officer who specifically made allegations against the petitioner. That the petitioner was the one who brought elements to come and cause the mayhem and all that, and that he had him on video. When he was put under cross-examination, he couldn't even produce a sliver of evidence to show that this was the petitioner engaged in any such act. So one of the things that we have asked the NDC to do is to petition against that district election officer. He has no business being. He is the cause of all these problems. And obviously, the FDP candidate was simply a beneficiary of whatever had happened. So he could not legitimately claim that he had been elected.
Nick Bako, was the Electoral Commission represented in court, and what were their arguments?
They were in court. They took part in the entire case. And it was just funny that today they were not in court.
What were their arguments as the case was ongoing?
Were that they had done a legitimate exercise, and that there was no problem.
Interesting.
That was the argument before the court.
So we are also being told that the concerns you raised was that there was a breach of the Public Elections Regulation 2020 CI 127.
Yes, there were breaches of those provisions, and we combined that with the argument that our fundamental right to be heard in respect of being told about what was going to happen at the redesignation of the polling stage of the collation center was denied. And so anything that happened there was a nullity. That breach of the fundamental human rights of a party renders all proceedings and everything founded on that as a nullity.
Interesting. The pushback, Council, again, the pushback from your opponents really was that a lot of the issues we were raising amounted to administrative errors and did not necessarily affect the actual votes, the vote count for each. Council, let me ask the question. Let me ask the question and you answer. So again, the point is that these are mainly administrative issues and do not necessarily reflect in the vote count. Does it come to you as a surprise?
I'm telling you that is an absurd argument. You cannot build on an illegality and expect to have a legal result. That's what happens. You breach the laws that govern the procedure that govern the collation of the election results, and yet you want to legitimize the outcome and say that based on the outcome you declare in breach of the fundamental laws, we should accept those results. How can you build or lay a foundation of illegality and expect that you are going to reap something illegal? It's not possible. And that's why the court upheld our petition.
When this case became public, right, in December 2024, we were being told in your original suit by your client, Mr. Wakbao, that so you had issues with Form 8A, right, and 41 out of a total of 152 polling stations had issues. So in excess of about 100 plus polling stations were okay. When you do the maths, do you get the sense that the result could have gone other way if these polling stations didn't have issues?
You see, you have there's a problem with the logic in respect of that. We presented what we were going to raise as issues with the election results and irregularities that we intended to raise at the collation center. Now, if we had had the opportunity to do a thorough, an audit of the entire process, clearly there could have been more. But to deny us the opportunity to even make our case at the collation center and to go ahead and declare results in breach of our fundamental human right to be heard and in breach of the CI itself, renders your entire exercise a nullity. And that is what the court has about.
So are we expecting a rerun in these 41 constituencies or in the entirety of the constituency? In the 41 polling stations?
The order of the court is that there will be a rerun in the entire constituency.
Wow. So this is even more than what you were asking for in your original suit, because I'm looking at it here and you were calling for a rerun in these 41 affected polling stations. So
we asked for a rerun in the entire election. Look at our release properly. We asked for a rerun in the entire constituency. It was one of the relief that we asked for. that in the wisdom of the court, if the court found out that fundamentally the exercise that was undertaken was a nullity, you cannot ground anything on it. You have to order a rerun of the entire thing.
When are you expecting official communication from the Electoral Commission?
Well, the Electoral Commission has to be served with the orders of the court. And that is what we are doing right now. We are the registry of the court getting copies of the order. Once we serve them with the orders of the court, they have 30 days to comply.
Interesting. Then from there, a date to be set for fresh elections, I believe. Interesting.
Sovereignty lies to the people. And so if the people retain the same MP, so be it. It will not be the first time.
Interesting. Thank you so much for your time this morning. Lawyer Ni Papo Samoa Ado, who's a member of the NDC legal team and also counsel or lead lawyer for Mr. Daniel Wakpao, who was the 2024 NDC parliamentary candidate for the Pandai constituency. The big news story coming in is that the court has ordered for a rerun in that particular constituency, and I'm referring to the parliamentary election, over issues raised with pink sheet anomalies and other irregularities. We are being told that the Electoral Commission has been served with the decision of the court, after which engagement will begin on finding a date for the rerun. So clearly there's an expected election, coming up pretty shortly in the Pandai constituency. The Channel 1 TV City FM Northern Region correspondent, Shawana Yusuf, is also joining us for some updates as this matter unfolds. Good morning, Shawana, and welcome to Breakfast Daily. All right, so we are being told that Shawana will join us pretty shortly. But let me just read to you the story as captured by citynewsroom.com. The big headline story reads, Court orders rerun of Pandai parliamentary election. Brief excerpts. The Tamale High Court has ordered a rerun of the Pandai parliamentary election, directing that a fresh poll be held within 30 days from today. The decision, delivered by His Lordship Emmanuel Brew Planche, follows a legal challenge to the results of the 2024 parliamentary election in the constituency. The petition alleged irregularities in the voting and coalition processes that undermined the credibility of the outcome. The former Member of Parliament and the National Democratic Congress parliamentary candidate for Pandai, Daniel Insala Wakpao, filed a suit challenging the election of Matthew Nyindam as MP, and the story goes on and on. Shawana, good morning again and welcome to Breakfast Daily.
Good morning. It's good to be here on Breakfast Daily.
It's always a pleasure having you this morning. Are you still at the courts, and what can you report for us on this developing story?
Great, thank you. I'm still here at the High Court in Tamale, and interesting development this morning. You have the issue of a rerun that has been passed by the lawyer sitting on the case, the judge on the case. And what he says is that the rerun is not just going to be on the 41 polling stations that were actually used to petition the court to look at the issue, but it is going to be run across the whole of Pandai district. And what it means is that all 152 polling stations in Pandai is going to have a rerun held in these polling stations.
Interesting.
Throughout.
I'm sure you don't have the numbers readily available, but if you look at these 41 contested polling stations, do you get a sense that the numbers there could tilt the election in a different direction based on your knowledge of the constituency and your coverage of it in previous election cycles?
Okay, so let me put on record, Pandai actually falls under Mohammed Aminu Alabira. But what I am picking is that the current Member of Parliament for the area, Martin Nyindam, tells us that with even the 41 disputed areas, he actually won or led the whole election with a huge margin. And he feels if it was contested and the court had to rule that the whole 152 stations should rather be rerun, he feels there is something we are not seeing in his own way. He says he feels there are powers that be that we are not seeing. But what the MPP is saying is that they are moving to the appeals court to have a second look at the issue again.
Interesting.
And though they don't dispute the ruling, they respect it, but then they are moving to the appeals court.
Was the defendant was in court today? I'm referring to Martin Nyindam. Did he make a public appearance in court?
He did. He was in court this morning. He spoke to us just before your call came through. We were talking to him, and he said he is very confident that if they don't use any powers to oppress the people of Pandai during this upcoming re-election, he is very certain that victory is going to be his again. And he is not scared of any competition, but he would not agree if they want to usurp powers on the people in the upcoming election, or better so use some inducements to be able to secure victory.
Interesting. So if I get you correctly, he's alleging, interference in the judicial process.
Well, that is from what I also picked from what he says. He's alleging there is an interference somewhere, and he feels there are some powers somewhere because, according to him, all the hierarchy of the NPP in the region who were present in court, of the NDC in the region, and even at the national level, were present in court, pulls or draws that kind of conclusion. And for him, he feels he wants to go to the next step and appeal the case and see what happens next. But he's not scared to go in for a rerun in the next 30 days.
Hold on, Shawana. So I'm currently looking at the 2024 election results, parliamentary for the Pandai constituency. And Martin Nyindam polled 27,947,000 votes, representing 53.47%. And his closest contender, Daniel Insala Wakwao, from the NDC camp, also polled 24,213, representing 46.33%. The APC's candidate, Donko Eric Nipani, polled 104 votes, representing 0.20% of the vote. So it's in excess of a difference of about a little over 3,000 votes, right? Do you get a sense that this could make it prime for a very fierce competition should the appeal from the NPP not fall through? Do you get my question?
Yes, I think we are just trying to find out if you will still be able to maintain the seat if their appeal doesn't go through. For me, and from where I stand, and from what we've seen in past months with rerun of elections in other constituencies, I seriously don't know what to think. I feel, I don't know.
You can't really tell
exactly.
Yeah.
It's a bit dicey. At one moment, you feel this person is going to take it, and the next moment, you see the next person take it, and you go like, how is it done?
Interesting.
Election, they say, is not won at the polls, and only God knows where it is being won at. So, I mean, we wait to see what happens in the next 30 days.
Interesting.
Should the appeal not be accepted? But they are very certain, and they are hoping, per their lawyers' word, that their appeal will go through, and that if the lower court did not, the high court in Tamale did not grant them what they want, they are moving to the next level, which is the appeals court, and they are very hopeful and certain, because for them, what actually baffles their mind is the fact that why it was just 41 centers that was being disputed, and now the court has cleared the whole of 152.
His lawyer. I posed the same question to his lawyer for the plaintiff, right? Nikpapo Samoa Ado, having read the suit, he disputes that fact and said that the original suit was to challenge the entirety of the results, even though it's been reported while in the media that it was initially to challenge 41 seats out of the 152 seats. But can you share with us, did you see the plaintiff in court today? Did he speak to the media in the aftermath of the court's order?
Oh, he didn't say anything after that. It was just the lawyer for the plaintiff that spoke to us, and also Computer who spoke to us. But I mean, he was excited, and the youth who came with them, it was all jubilation and celebration here at the court premises, even though there were other court cases that was being heard in the commercial court where the case was actually ruled on. But it was interesting. You could see smiles on his face, and he's hopeful. He looked hopeful that in the coming days he was going to take it, and then success was going to be there. So for both of them, they are hoping the next 30 days will favor them, and it's going to be fierce from what I see. And yes, we hope for a peaceful one for that matter.
Finally, before I let go of you, you mentioned on the show that you saw also in court the Deputy Director of Elections for the ruling National Democratic Congress, Computer Tanko. Across the political divide, did you see other leading members of both parties present in court today following proceedings?
From the side of the NPP, it was, well, I saw the Deputy General Secretary of the NPP,
Haruna Mohammed.
In Tamale, exactly. He was here, and he's been in the region for some time. For some time now, and he's even still around here with us. Besides him, the others were just regional executives who had come to sit in on the case or to listen to the judgment that was being passed in court. He was also the only representative from the national level.
Interesting. Thank you so much for your time, Shawana Yusuf, who is our Middle Belt Bureau Chief, and covering this issue for us. The big story we are bringing to you live, it's that in the Pandai constituency, a court presided over by Justice Bro Planche has ruled that the entire constituency be rerun because of some anomalies raised with regards to pink sheets. Initially, it was reported that 41 of these polling stations in the constituencies had issues, but now we are being told by the order of the court that the whole constituency is set to be rerun. By way of information, I also want to bring to you an idea of the numbers in the area to give you a sense of what is really at stake. If you look at the 2024 results, like I mentioned to you earlier, the registered voters in the area is around 66,850, out of which 53,236 cast their votes. So, of course, rejected ballots were 1,149. So clearly a politically active area if you look at the numbers in terms of the turnout of votes. But we've also been joined by the NPP Deputy General Secretary, Haruna Mohammed, who was also in court today and following the issues keenly. Good morning, Haruna, and welcome to Breakfast Daily.
Good morning, Jude.
Interesting. I just spoke to our Middle Belt Bureau Chief, Shawana, who's created Northern Regional Bureau Chief, Shawana Yusuf, who's created a picture with regards to the state of affairs in the area right now. And we are being told for your camp, it's not really that of joy. It's all gloom because you are not particularly excited with the court's order today. Is that a correct picture?
Thank you very much. As I speak to you, I'm just looking at Shawana. It's in front of me. We came to court today morning on a matter for hearing of the Pandai case with respect to the election petition that was brought before the High Court division, that is the commercial court in Tamale. Before the proceedings of the court could begin, eventually our lawyer and the other lawyers from the NDC were sitting, and then immediately when the computer was opened, the judgment was already being typed on the, and when it was sent, I said, hey, judgment already that we have not, so meaning that a judgment was already being done on a matter that yet to be argued in court, and eventually what we heard over the week from the NDC people and from what we saw in court, we saw that all the bigwigs of the NDC in the region, including the regional minister, who is the regional chairman, all of them were being seated, very excited, jubilating outside already before the judgment had come out. So eventually the judge had ruled that the elections for Pandai, the rerun, and that is the entire election. And the bone of contention here is that 41 polling stations out of 152 polling stations went to court. Those 41 polling stations were the polling stations that NDC had issues with, and these were the matters that were being adjudicated on in the High Court.
Yeah.
So, as a matter of fact, all the pinches have been signed by all agents of the political party, and they did not have problem with the remaining number of polling stations aside the 41 polling stations that they had issues with. So, if for any other reasonable thing to be done, then the issues at stake for discussion or for adjudication was the matter that was going to be decided, even if it was for a rerun of an election. But the judge says that they should go and rerun the elections for the entire polling, constituencies.
As a party, are you going to appeal this decision in court?
I think that I've already sent the appeal, the notice of we have filed the notice of appeal, and we have also filed the stay of execution at exactly at 10, that was around 10:04 a.m. this morning. We have filed all those things. Immediately that we saw that this judgment was something that has already been announced outside by the NDC in their jubilant mood.
Interesting.
Our lawyer went to the court with the appeal in his pocket.
Interesting.
And immediately this was done. In our address to the media, we have given copies to the media persons that have been here. We have duly filed the notice of appeal and stay of execution on the matter. And now, once this has been filed, Matthew Nyimdal remains the Member of Parliament for the good people of Pandai until December 17th, where we'll be hearing the case of the notice of stay of execution. And in a high court, the judge cannot hear his own matter of an appeal. It has to go to the appellate court, and that is the structure of the court system in Ghana. And we are going to follow this case to its latter. We don't fear anything called even rerun in Pandai. They know very well that even if they are going to do a rerun in the 41 police stations that is being contended, they will lose. And that is why they are using state power, they are using machinations, and they want to go in there. And that is why the court has been giving judgment. It is not in your favor to say you have won. Why are you jubilating? So in this manner of politics that we have today, and the court, kangaroos or animal farm, because we have heard in court, high courts, where we say that we are an animal farm, not everybody is equal before the court. And this is very unfortunate. And today, this is another judgment that we are seeing. For the first time in the history of Ghana, a contended election of 41 is being run for the entire polling station. In Ablekumanov, you saw what happened. Just 3 polling stations that were left. They had to go and do a rerun of more than what the 19 polling stations instead of 3. Today, 41 that is being contended, we have to go and do a rerun for all. But I am telling you that we are going to follow the case to the appeal court, and law will work.
So
the judge,
until the
law
state,
is in the bosom of the court, the judge, but it doesn't mean that he can use it arbitrarily.
Interesting. So until the stay of execution is heard, your candidate still remains Member of Parliament.
That's exactly what the law is.
Interesting. Thank you so much for your time this morning, Haruna Mohammed, Deputy General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, who are going to appeal this decision by the courts to order a rerun in the Pandai constituency. Initially 41 seats, but the judgment of the court is that the whole constituency, go back again to the poll to select their parliamentary candidate or the parliamentary, the Member of Parliament for the area. And that's all time will allow us for today's edition of Breakfast Daily. My name is Jude Duncan. Thank you so much for watching. Catch you same time next week. Bye-bye.